future in some places, daylight savings time, non-daylight savings time, what have you. So we will try to announce what's going on. Found out recently that Japan is smart enough not to change times. I think Europe changes a week or two before we do. Anyway,
we change this night.
Yeah.
I think we change the 1st of next month, November 1st. But,
we changed the 1st of October.
And when Europe changes tonight.
Oh, so that means you have 1 hour less sleep. No, 1 hour more.
1 hour more sleep, I think.
1 hour more sleep, yes.
Yeah, spring ahead, fall back.
Yeah, well,
Arizona doesn't change.
I'm aware of Arizona not changing because my daughter lives there.
Arizona never changes.
Oh, hopefully they're changing a little. My
Cool
daughter
off a
lives
little,
there.
yes.
My daughter lives there, John, and I have to remember whether it's 2 hours or 3 hours difference, and that's when I finally started figuring out.
I have
how
to
that
chime
works.
in on this. I've been in Arizona all my life, and Arizona is smart enough to know that there's only 24 hours in a day, no matter what.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
can
but
change
Arizona doesn't have to change. It's only got, Arizona's only got 3 seasons: monsoon, cold, and hot.
No, it's January, February, March, and summer.
Cynthia, I agree with you on that. It's a smartness there. That the whole changing the clock doesn't make sense anymore like it used to. You know, if you want more daylight, get up earlier or go to sleep.
Exactly. One of my most favorite pictures that I have is an old Native American, and the caption says, "Only the government would think that cutting a foot off of a blanket and sewing it to the top of the blanket would make a longer blanket."
Well, when your head is warm enough and your feet are cold, you know. Cynthia, where are you from?
I'm from Arizona.
Oh, I mean, currently in Arizona?
Yeah, I live in Tempe. I was born in and raised in Arizona and only been out of Arizona about 6 years.
My daughter's up north in Prescott.
Oh, okay.
And Phil, you're making us jealous with the background of what the trees were like there about a week ago. Are you past yet?
Just about. We're fading real quick. Yeah.
I know northern Vermont is past. We aren't yet.
That's actually where this picture's from. This is a picture from Vermont.
Well, it is on the hour and 3 minutes past. We could actually get started. Let's see, is Dan back with his coffee yet? Oh, there he is. I had to figure out which corner of the screen you were in.
We have a great little recording of daylight savings time.
We have a what? Oh, a great conversation
of daylight savings time. Yes.
Good.
So we're recording. Yes.
So we today's topic is based on a question somebody asked me recently, which was, I'm doing a class with very few basics, adding some as I go, and I want to do singing calls, and I'm not, really versed at creating singing calls on the fly. I can do some of that. How do I create singing calls that I can use with the limited basics I have, because I still want to use singing calls? And I think that's what I wrote in something on that order in the tickler for trying to get people to come here today. And I have a few thoughts on it, not a whole bunch, but what I've come up with in the day and a half thinking about that is a whole bunch of topics relative to singing calls, and mostly not how to do them. So what you're going to get by the end of this hour is a few hints on extending small figures to fit the music so you can just use the basics. And a little bit, a very little bit, but something that helped me way back when on how to substitute one singing call for another, the figures. And then a whole bunch of thought-provoking questions, probably one at a time, that I'm sure we have many people out there with lots of different opinions, and it should go, and they're all singing call related. Do you rotate partners the first tip in a party night, or do you wait till later? Do you use right-hand lady progression? Do you believe in using the same figure every singing call or not, and why? And I'm sure we have, many of you are going to have all sorts of opinions on that. So we'll put those off to a little. First of all, getting to the very basic question, and I'm sure others have even better thoughts on this, but if you are creating singing calls by writing things down with a using terminations or what have you, and you just learned a new call, or you're just taught your class a new call, let's say it's recycle, and you want to use that, but you don't really know how to fill the time to make it a full 64 beats or somewhere near, depending on whether you believe in the timing tables or not. That might be another one of our discussion table questions afterwards. Here's what I found that works for me. And I hate it when people say, here's what I found that works for me. I like it when people say, here's what you should do because it'll work for you. But let's go with what I found. Do the figure, create something with the figure really early, get them to the corner where they can swing, and then kill time. And I've got a whole list of time killers for you. But let's take a quick example. I want to use recycle. I'm going to do heads promenade halfway down the middle and pass the ocean, recycle and sweep a quarter. And therefore I can do a star through, pass through to the corner. So let's do that. And there I'm facing the corner and I got a whole bunch of music left. How do I use that? What do I do with that time? Well, depending on how much time I have, and you will grow into this pretty quickly, I think, thinking of hearing the music and knowing when the music says it's time to promenade. I can either, well, given the shortest period of time, I can take the corner and promenade. Given the normal period of time, I would say swing and promenade. On occasion, if I hit the phrase nicely and I think the dancers might be listening, I'll say swing, do a good long swing and promenade. They don't do that anyway. They touch and promenade. I can say do-si-do. I want to stretch it out a little more. I can say do-si-do and then swing and promenade. One that I like is I can say pass through, Alaman left, come back and promenade. You're Alaman lefting with a new corner, and then come back and promenade that corner. If I want to kill more time, I can say pass through, Alaman left, come back and do-si-do, and swing and promenade. Middle of a time expander like that is pass through, U-turn back. A very commonly used one, and people don't think of it as a time waster, but it basically is hanging around the same spot, is touch a quarter, scoot back, swing and promenade. And if you have more, touch a quarter, scoot back again and promenade. Dan, what have you got to say?
So I just wanted to mention that I totally hosed myself one dance when I was a newer caller because I forgot that scoot back is like the last thing anybody teaches if they're using the standard mainstream order. So if you're teaching a student dance, make sure they know scoot back first. Pass through, U-turn back is more likely to succeed.
Yeah, very true. Morning, Scott.
Good morning. How are you?
I don't have time to talk about that right now. I'm in the middle of a presentation.
I have to apologize to everybody for flashing you.
You're
My
apologize.
t-shirt, I'm flashing everybody.
Oh, let's get out.
Your humor is wasted on the fact that your camera's not pointed at your t-shirt,
Oh, sorry. Let me-
which makes it funnier. Okay. Continuing on. I don't know if, Janet, I think you were the one that was looking for some help on that. I don't know if that stuff kind of helps or not, but it's the kind of thing. Go ahead.
I will say no, because recycle's a mainstream call and it's like the last thing on the teaching order. So like a couple of the calls that I teach right off the bat are star through and wheel around. And so you can move them around quite a bit like that, but how do you get a singing figure out of things like that?
Well, one of the, and I don't plan to bring in music and what have you. And one of the topics for conversation later is going to be, why do most singing call figures start with either heads square through or heads promenade half? My short answer is it seems to fit the music, the rhythms of the music. But
Right.
I could give you, and I think we can do this offline if you want sometime, or if people are interested here and we have time. There's a lot of very basic singing call figures I use at party nights that don't require teaching much of anything. But star through and wheel around, if you do the heads star through and wheel around, maybe even start with a forward and back, because you need time. You've got your person facing your corner quickly, and then you can do a bunch of these time wasters, although you need an awful lot of time wasting. But with just those two calls, there's not too much to do with it. You can throw in
Well,
some,
what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a list of things that I would teach like right off the bat, and then somebody can quote, throw me a couple singing call figures out of the chat window and we'll go from there. How's that?
that works for me.
One of the ones that I haven't heard going by yet, and I don't know if you want to consider it a time waster exactly, or just a part of the figure. I mean, it just depends how much time you got. But supposing you're facing the corner and you're ready to swing, you can, if you teach them how to swing from lines facing out, you can always do the star through or slide through, and then you can square through 3 to get them facing out, or partner trade if they're good at that. Probably not, as a little awkward from there. But basically, get once you got the corner, you can have them, get the facing out thing. I guess the usual one, star through, square through, 3 swing. But that's a good one.
Chris, when I heard you say it, I realized, gee, I'd been saying that and I don't like that. It's not a time waster. It's a time
Killer.
It's some dance. It's a time filler and dancing. We're not wasting time. They're still moving. They're having fun. I hope.
Yeah. I should. Well, yeah. I shouldn't have waste.
Another one. Well, you said it because I did, and or at least I also caught myself saying it in my memory.
Well, it's not. It's the whole dance is a time waster. That's why I came.
Another simple one is when you're facing the corner right and left through, square through 3/4 to an Alaman left and come back and swing, or add other stuff to it.
One of the main things is make sure that these calls, these filler calls, whatever you want to call these calls, make sure that they're easy ones, so that you don't break them down. Before you get to you got them all the way. You did the interesting part of your figure already, however interesting that was, and you got them there. So don't lose them now. So make sure it's ones they're good at, and combinations they're good at. So things with square throughs and right and left throughs together, maybe not. It just depends on how your guys are at what you've taught them, and how they'll respond.
So sorry that didn't answer your question exactly, Janet, and maybe we can talk sometime and offline and figure that out. But at least it gave us something to talk about here, and hopefully somebody got a couple of hints out of it.
I'm happy to riff on Janet's thing for a little bit. She just posted the list to the she just posted
Chat.
the list in the chat. Can you tell I just got up and I'm only halfway through my coffee? So, and what I have been doing with my my Thursday night group until COVID was a drop in, and I will have you dance at whatever level you have, which means that I have a lot of trying to teach my advanced or my dancers who've been there a couple of weeks something new while showing the dancers who just walked in the door a good time. So looking at your list right here, your circle left and right can be done as a circle left or right halfway or 3/4. If you do a lead right, circle up for 3/4, you've got lines, at which point you can throw in a bunch of time wasters, sorry, and then do a
zeros and equivalents.
Zeros and equivalents, and then do a star through, pass through, swing your corner promenade. If you do a circle up for halfway, you've got a right and left through equivalent. And if you do something like a heads lead right, circle up for halfway, veer left, couple circulate, you have to teach a bend the line or something else to get them there, but maybe it's a half tag that night. And I find that using those kinds of things as my get-ins mean that I can teach more advanced things as my one-off call for the evening, or one-off or two-off call for the evening, but get the beginning dancers up to speed into a formation relatively quickly. Pass through and wheel around, that's, that's your basic. So there are two ways that I do my, when I think about how I'm going to put together my singing call figures for brand new dancers, plus, my mix of brand new dancers and dancers who've been there around for a while. I think about, am I going to get them to a corner box? Am I going to somehow do half a chicken plucker? Or am I going to keep them all paired? So if I'm keeping them all paired, we're obviously going for everybody paired lines, and my get out is star through, pass through, swing your corner promenade. So that would be something
Dan,
like, yeah.
I'm going to cut you short here because I have probably half a dozen questions that what I want to do is run this as let's hear people's opinion on these different questions, and I'll probably cut you short as we get some good answers so we can get to more and more of them.
Go for it.
Then I noticed I have one more thing here. It's just a general thing. Why do we do singing calls? Some people don't like them. I guess it's at the higher levels. Why do we do them? Well, it's tradition. The big one is it'll set the mood of the evening. You can bring the spirits up, bring the spirits down. You can change the emotions, the excitement a lot more with a singing call than you can with the patter. I like to think of singing calls as the frosting on the cake. Let people relax and just dance. Some of us like to think, oh, the singing call so I can show off my singing voice. I've been accused of that by myself on occasion. It adds variety.
I use it for that purpose all the time. And the main reason behind that is, I have a good singing voice. So I show it off by using those. I always make sure that the figures that I use within the singing calls are easy enough that everybody can dance. If they're not easy, I've been accused of, people have said to me, oh, well, we just stop and watch you sing. And I go,
that's
no.
That's one of the provocative questions later too, but it also contrasts things and it does a lot of things. But here's your first food for thought, people. I'm reading my notes. When you do a singing call, when you get the original singing call, a caller has done it. He's worked hard at coming up with a figure that fits with the music. Do you use his figure? Do you use your own figure? Now we're assuming we have a mainstream or plus group that can easily easily dance the figure, because they're usually pretty simple. Do you use his figure? Do you use your own figure? Do you use the same figure 4 times, or do you go from one figure to another to another? Go, you got 5 minutes to give me your 2 cents worth. Who's got 3 cents to start with?
Well, I'll kick that one off, Don. I personally do not like to use any more than 2 figures in a singing call. I never have. If I've got nice easy material where it's a slow, where it's a flow moving dance, but no workshopping, no real difficult material, I may use 2 singing call figures just for a little variety. If I do have a workshop or a focus material, or I have something with an extended application, I use 1 singing call figure.
And why are you obviously against switching figures every time?
I am very much like you. I believe that a patter and a singer is a tip, or as they call it in Australia, a bracket. My patter call is where I move them through the material, and I may use, for instance, spin the top might be my focus movement. I might do it all boys, all girls, left hand, right hand in my patter. If that was my focus movement, my singing call will be a confirmation of one of those variations or one of those extended applications, just to reward the dancers. And then I will use that figure later on, confirming the theme in different patterns, but I won't do it because I want the dancers to walk off, especially after a workshop tip, feeling successful, that they've achieved the aim, that they've got the goal. Here it is. We've done a spin the top with all 4 boys in the middle as an example. And
I'm going to stop you before you get into
the singing call.
I'm going to stop you before you get into examples. I'd like to hear from somebody who likes to use a different figure every time. And I see Daryl raising his hand as well as John, but Daryl, go for it. You were first.
Yeah, I don't know that I like to use the same figure 4 times in a row, but I'm a product of choreography. And I think probably the difference is what we're trying to with our calling. For selling choreography, we're going to change figure 4 times. If you're selling entertainment, you're going to use the same figure 4 times, and you're going to use them in a motivational way. I know we've talked about it before, but we've had pretty good examples of the motivational delivery of singing calls, and people like Ken Bauer, Dick Jones, Ron Schneider, so many of them that just absolutely sold the singing call, not because of their great singing voices particularly, but how they programmed what they did within the singing calls. And they used the same figure 4 times in a row. And with that, I'll shut up.
By the way, time for another time, but as I tell callers when I teach them, and they say, well, I don't have a good voice. You don't have to have a good voice, but you do a lot better if you know how to use what you have. And there are ways, of course, of improving too. John, you were waving at the camera before. Have you got some?
Yeah, I'm coming in as the newbie side of this. I guess I'm like you. I make it through a singing call with just the 1 figure 4 times. I'd like to be able to swap singing calls to the record, but I still haven't quite figured out the knack. Some people can just listen to a record and know right where the breaks are, and you switch from the singing call or for the figure to the from one point to the other, and I haven't quite figured that out. So when I do a record, I usually do what the singer did when he made the record, because he's got it all figured out. I haven't got to the spot where I can figure that out on my own. So I suppose that's a thing for experience that other people have to get in on.
John, sometime maybe we should do a one-on-one session. I'll give you a few thoughts and clues on it, but yours is definitely the way to start, and I know I did. I'm curious.
Can I jump in?
Go ahead.
I always think back to what I like. Well, even now, I guess I like to have the same figure a bunch of times, maybe all 4 times, or at most 2 of them. And that's, as a dancer, that's usually still what I like. But I think back to when I was first starting out, and no matter how simple the figure was, it was always a little bit of a challenge for me to dance it. And I really liked that it went by a number of times. So, and I couldn't wait for my turn to try that figure that I saw going by, or my turn to get the other part of the figure. That was a big deal to me. And so I always think back to that, how it was when I was first learning to dance, and especially, of course, if I'm
I like that.
people who were just learning to dance.
I like that perspective, Chris. As far as do people need variety in singing calls, I'm reminded in singing call choreography, I'm reminded of a time I was at a dance when I was just starting to call. Well, I've been calling for 5 years, but that was still just starting. And I went to a dance where the caller called a very simple figure, and I liked it because it was one that allowed him to sing more of the song in the process. The next singing call he did, the next tip, was the identical figure. And I'm sure I was the only one of the 10 squares that noticed it, because I was interested in learning from that stuff. But because it was totally different music, I'm sure nobody else saw it. They were being entertained in a different way. And let me just throw out that figure for you. Head square through, swing your corner. All join hands and circle left. Alaman left, new corner. Well, yeah, Alaman left, new corner. Weave the ring, or right and left grand, swing and promenade. And so you get in time for extra singing during the grand right and left. And you automatically get a corner rotation, and it works fine with the amount of time around the thing. Let me go on to the next question. Next thought-provoking thing. Most singing, I was going to say all singing calls, but it's only most singing call figures that are recorded and probably done ad-lib by the more experienced callers either start with heads square through or heads promenade halfway. Why? Tom, let's hear from you. Oh, sorry, Darryl, you had your hand up, but I'm trying to wake Tom Miller up, get his 2 cents worth. Never mind.
You letting Darryl go first.
Okay, Darryl, give me your 2 cents worth.
Well, you mentioned something earlier. You have a corner progression or you have a right-hand lady progression. That's the reason. How are you going to set up to get to the corner, or how are you going to set up to get to the right-hand lady? The corner, fastest way is head square through 4 or an equivalent thereof. Fastest way to the right-hand lady would be heads star through, pass through, circle 4 halfway. At that point, everybody's facing the right-hand lady and they're all in sequence. So any combinations that are going to get you to those 2 places, in other words, a corner box in sequence or right-hand lady box in sequence, you can swing either. Now, with the right-hand lady box from there, keep in mind that you have a 3/4 promenade. So
you're jumping ahead to 2 of my other questions there.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, I'll shut up. Tom, come on in.
And actually that wasn't what I was thinking of. You're aiming for choreography, and I've got some other reasons that I think of. But Tom, what are your thoughts on why does not starting with square through 4 or not starting with equivalents like Darryl said, but literally heads square through 4 or heads promenade halfway? Most singing calls start with that.
Yeah, first of all, good morning, everybody. You know what, Don? I think that the reason being is, we go back many years ago. Dancers were buying records, and the singing call figure was pretty easily done, and dancers was buying the record so they could dance to it. There was a lot of clubs that just danced with records in the basement of a building or their house, because there was no callers in that area. So the record sales were extremely high. I think the reason today the figures are pretty basic with a square through and a square through with 4 is to make it a lot easier on the newer callers, as well as callers that that don't want to do a homework type style thing, or we have come to a point that we just put a figure on there because we know that there's a lot of talent out there that can rewrite the material and put a different singing call figure in there. Sometimes it works out, times out with the square through 4, where the heads promenade halfway, setting it up for an 8 chain 6 or whatever it might be. So I just think that it's a wide panoramic view to why we see the same calls all the time. As you well know, one of the favorite calls in a singing call anymore is, I mean, we can eat, drink, and sleep this. Heads promenade half, square through, right and left through, veer left and Ferris wheel, and square through 3. You could buy 25 singing calls, and I guarantee you 20 of those singing calls probably has that figure on it. And I just think because it's easy, the dancers / callers, more so nowadays, callers can recognize that particular easy figure, and they can make adjustments if need to be. As a recording artist, it's you don't want to put anything difficult, because as soon as you have those callers out there that expect to think that the golden word is everything you record on that record, so they try to do it. So if you do anything difficult, they won't buy the song. They won't buy that piece of music because they don't know how to change the figure. And I think that's why it stays simple the way that it is.
Well, let me throw in my 2 cents worth before we move on to another topic. And this is what I felt for a long time. The reason was, and I was actually talking to Wade Driver at a Color Lab convention once, or maybe in the airport afterwards, and we pretty much came up, he pretty much had the same opinion. You want the phrasing of the calls of the words to fit the phrasing of the music.
Yes.
And so it sounds good. And heads square through or heads promenade are the main 2 things that fall into the sound of the music. You can call other choreography, but it sounds like you're fighting the music. And I've been looking for other things that go with that. I mean, you can do after the promenade half, past the ocean, square through, lead right, any of those things seem to work. But those 2 things really are easiest to come out and fit the music and go with it. Now, one of the few singing calls that I recorded was interesting music because it allowed me to use something that dancers got through and was different. I got them to a corner box or a corner wave, I guess, with a head swing through, spin the top, extend. But it just was because it fit that music. I've tried to fit that to other, dancers can do swing through, spin the top without a problem. And the extend was not difficult. And I can get them, I've tried to fit that cool little combination to other singing calls, and it just doesn't fit the music. And I think a lot of it has to do with fitting the music.
If I can throw my 50 cents in.
Go for it.
I usually use repeated material depending upon the level. If the level is advanced, sometimes I don't. I do the exact same figure for them if it's a difficult figure. Sometimes I use the same figure if it fits the music, if it's part of the music, like in a song like, I don't know, that is kind of a tango type of music. I'll throw in some choreography that simulates a tango, girls turn around, swing your corner promenade. And that's part of the song. I make it feel as part of the song. If I'm calling advanced or I'm calling challenge, I'll add more choreography to that by changing up the choreography while I'm calling. It all depends on what level I'm calling and the song that I'm doing.
I personally do change figures every tip, and there are several reasons for it. One is most laziness to find a good one and memorize it. But the thing I try to do is theme it with all starting every 4th time through, theming it or maybe even doing the same thing in just a slight different ending, you know, pass through Alaman left or
Right.
the quarter scoot back, just to give a slightly different twist on the same basic theme.
Don, if I can make a comment,
Yes.
I think as callers, you know, we got to be like that Boy Scout. We got to be prepared for everything that we do when we're on a stage. And I'm a firm believer that if you're teaching a class and you only taught them 5 things, you should be able to give them a singing call. It doesn't have to be corner progression. It could be with partner the whole time. But I feel that your obligation is to be a square dance caller and entertain regardless of what level that you're calling. And
I agree.
And I honestly believe this. The problem is I've been to so many dances over the years of guys teaching a class, they don't do singing calls. And I asked them, why don't you do singing calls? And their reply back to me was, do you know how hard it is to write material for 5 or 6 basic calls? And I throw my hands up. I'm totally confused. I honestly believe if we take a paycheck and we're out there getting booked to college dances, whether teaching a class or whatever it is, your obligation of a square dance caller is to know how to use the tools, not just put them in pattern, but put them into a singing call. Is it okay to do the same figure over and over 4 times?
Sure.
I think it is. A singing call was designed. You could hammer them to death with the pattern, move them in with all the different formations and the arrangements, and get them into the puzzle and reward them with a singing call. That's what a singing call was designed for. Let them enjoy it, let them relax. You know, and even in today's dancing, we still beat them up into a singing call because we do different things. Let these people relax, let them win. At the end of the day, it's not about you, me, or anybody else in this Zoom session. It's about our dancers. They
Tom,
need to be successful, period.
I fully agree. And I said at the beginning, it's the frosting on the cake. It's a chance to relax. It's a contrast.
I agree.
And I use singing calls every tip with party nights from the beginning. And my preference is to rotate partners every time, even from the beginning, because I have come up with some simple enough singing calls that it's 100% guaranteed they're going to make it.
You know, we're missing something here. What a singing call does, it gives us the ability to get them to practice those movements we just taught them. So if we taught them, 5 calls, we can use those 5 calls in a singing call and gives them practice at those calls.
It does give them practice, but I don't think the main purpose is that. The main purpose is entertaining them. And I think one of the things that we're teaching them, and why I like rotating partners, is they get to dance with different people and they get used to that. I see Daryl's hand, but I also would, before we leave this subject, like to hear from somebody who is a newer caller and just some basic thoughts on this kind of thing we're talking about, without, even if you're not good at it, what was it like as a dancer before you got started and such? Daryl,
hey, Dan, before you start, I just wanted to step in and say hi to everybody. I need to get going. Okay, I got another engagement.
You're engaged again? I thought you just did that recently.
How many women can you have?
Whatever you do, don't tell Pauline.
Thanks for joining us, Tom. Hope to see you again soon.
Take care, everybody. Have a good weekend.
Yolanda, you wanted to pipe in, I could tell.
Yes.
And then
I think I'm like John. I am just starting to learn how to substitute. And before I would just take any singing call that was with the record and use it. And then it was, okay, I started realizing that if some of the figures were too advanced, that they would break down the square because somebody didn't know it. So then it was like, how can I go through all the records I've got and hopefully find 1 or 2 that are basic enough, and then throw them in any song that I'm wanting to do, no matter how long it takes me to get the phrasing right. So now I'm starting, My dog just bumped the table. So now I'm starting to see, okay, this is a get in, and then I find another get in, and hopefully that flows well enough, right? And then if possible, like I get a hold of somebody and ask, does this flow? But what you guys consider so easy isn't at the beginning, because you need to know that not only the flow is right, you know, but that they have enough time to do it as well.
Yolanda, my starting beginnings was I would go into the local record store, and we had a store that sold square dance records, and I'd say, what records do you have that use only these figures? Yeah, I didn't care about the music. I just cared what figure was written, because I had no idea how to write it. Daryl, have you got a quickie to throw in before we move on? That's pretty
Well,
quick.
I have something to throw in. I'm not Daryl, but can I put
Daryl,
in my?
unmute your mic. We don't read sign language too well.
I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, everybody, all the folks that have spoken, all said things that are absolutely right. All I want to throw in was that I can remember a time when we taught the people what was going to be in the singing call figure, one movement, and we didn't know if they learned it until we did it in the singing call figure. So that was part of the class thing back then. But no, all this stuff is good. I'll shut up.
Janet, have you got a short comment, and then we'll move on?
Well, it was just the fact that as a new dancer, I always liked when the same figure was repeated 4 times, because about by the time it got about to the 3rd or 4th time, you actually knew what you were doing and felt good about it. And then as a caller, when I was learning to call and do singing calls, I liked doing the same figure, because I figured about the 3rd or 4th time, I actually got my act together and it sounded really well and everything. And then the other comment was, somebody had always told me, if you don't like that figure, just replace it. And just replace it doesn't tell you how to replace it. And so I don't know whether it's best to start backwards, like, okay, I need a 16 beat promenade, eliminate those 16 beats and work backwards. Or do I need to start with the heads doing something and we work forward? So literally, I have never been taught how to structure step by step. To me, you could just replace a call in there doesn't work.
That's a different topic, and I've been taking notes as to maybe we should work on that, which is a great idea. I see some new faces in here. Well, they're not new, but they're new to this group. Hey, Larry. Hey, Brian. Nice to see you guys joining us. Let me pose the next topic, and it's pretty much the same. Oh, first of all, I want to say one of the things you said, Janet, and Chris has said it before, and I like this idea. I hadn't thought of it, but as a newer dancer, you get 2 or 3 times seeing it happen, and eventually you figure, oh, I can do that too. I mean, as a caller, you should make it simple enough so people don't have to struggle through it. It should be the way to relax, but it is an interesting thought to keep in mind.
Hey, Don, can I stick something in here for a second?
Yes, you can. Who's that, John?
Yeah. Hey, I got this book here, a collection of 1,000+ singing calls. Hang on a second. I don't know how many people have seen this before, but I picked
I
up.
have. I have it.
Hang on, let me get out of my none here. Anyway, it's 1,000+ singing call figures, and then I've got a couple by Gene Trimmer.
Yep.
Singing calls, and then I got another one by Dick Hahn. So I've got a whole bunch of things that I don't know. I must have. There must be a couple of 1,000 or probably 1,500 or 2,000 singing calls here in these books. So that's if you have these, they're handy.
The question is, how do you know how to go through and pick them out? But while you're on that topic, John, I wanted to mention before, and I should, that in the announcement for this session, Andy Shore reminded us that he has a page on his website of many, many singing calls he's collected. And I believe he has them actually categorized in different ways of levels and such kind of thing.
This one on the 1,000 is all by by moves, by calls. So tag the line, Dixie style, slide through, cast off. This book
But
here.
if you're interested in seeing Andy's collection, by all means, just go to the Newbie Callers and the announcements for this, and one of his comments underneath will take you to his basic page. I had to search in a tiny bit, but it wasn't very difficult to find his collection of singing call figures.
Sometimes there are singing calls that the dancers like to dance because it is difficult. There are
Well,
like 3 of them off the top of my head that the dancers request because it's not easy. It is really difficult to do.
Let me introduce my next 2 questions, and that's part of it. Scott, move your camera slightly. We just see your forehead from the bridge of your nose up.
Where do you want me to move it?
Down.
We want, yeah, we don't have to see your, no, the other way.
The other down.
The other down. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, that we can see everything, but
I can move my desk, which moves the camera.
That's good. Stop. Now, don't touch your camera and don't open your mouth anymore. No, hey, I could mute you, but I decided against that. Next two questions, and they're sort of related because we're running out of time. I can mute myself. One of the questions, there are several workhorse figures that get used over and over again. Is this okay? And why is this? Let me quote Tom Miller: heads promenade half, square through, swing through, men run, Ferris wheel, center square through, 3/4. Let me give you another one: heads square through, swing through, men run, Ferris wheel, centers pass through, touch a quarter, scoot back, swing. There's so many. There's several that are just workhorses. They're used over and over and over again, partly because they fit the music, partly because we know that the dancers and the callers can use them. Is this okay? Why does this happen? And before anyone answers, let me go on to my next question. What are your recommendations? Using a workhorse figure or using a non-workhorse figure that may be too difficult to guarantee dancer success? Scott, you just mentioned a group that particularly, you know the group, you know what they like, and they do like harder things. But if you're going to an open dance and you want to push the limits a little, or should you push them too much? Or any thoughts on any of those things? And let's hear from people we haven't heard from before. The same people that were quiet before choose to remain quiet. Bill Pierce, what are your thoughts on this? You do enough stuff in this line. You're muted, Phil.
You caught me in the middle of typing the comments.
Oh. I don't read the comments. I just, man, there's 45 in the chat already. I don't multitask.
Alan, you are on it.
To be honest with you, I wasn't paying attention with the last thing that you said, but as far as singing calls go, it's a learning curve for us new callers, big time. It's just, you got to sit there and work them out. You got to start learning your equivalents. A lot of times when I was in the beginning, I was using the figure that came with the song because it fit the phrasing. Once you get that down, then you start substituting these calls.
Let me ask you the question that I was asking you. We have a lot of workhorse figures that get used regularly. Is it okay, and why? Or what do you think about using something that's a little challenging? Once you have the control over being able to put in whatever figure you want, should you put something that's a little challenging and possibly break down that not everybody might be too difficult for everybody, or should you use the workhorse over and over again? That was the question.
Yeah, I think it really depends on the crowd you're calling to. Now, if I'm calling to my own club, they like the challenge. But I've called the clubs up in Maine where it's a real older crowd and they like the vanilla. So you really have to kind of learn to suss the floor and find out what they want.
That
and
is
take it from there.
an excellent answer. Kind of thing I was looking for, but it's not what I'm looking for. I'm trying to get your opinions on it. Anyone else have any thoughts on that? Dan, I'm actually curious what your thoughts are on that.
I think that the dancers need a success with the singing call. So I try to make darn sure that they're going to succeed. And I also have a kind of a list of quick subs to make sure that if they're not succeeding, I can fall back to something. But as a dancer, I like to be challenged. My favorite dances are the ones where the square is on the ragged edge of disaster and doesn't break.
Right.
So as a caller, that's the experience I want to deliver. At least, you know, depending on where in the evening it is. End of the night, you're going to win no matter what. But middle of the night, I want that disaster feeling.
So here's a question for Dawn. Do you cite your singing calls? I cite at my club. I cite all my singing calls at my club. Do you do that?
I don't want to waste time with this, but I mental image all of them, except sometimes I will cite the first and fourth figure depending on the group and what have you.
Okay.
Because that's the one that I've already memorized corners for. Daryl, is it a quickie? Because I want to get on to others.
Okay, I'll try to make it quick. I do mentor 4 different callers in our area right now. And part of what I like to see them do on this learning how to apply different singing call figures, when they bring a new piece of music, they've got a list of singing call figures that fit perfectly for the 64 beats. They deliver in 4-beat phrasing. And I tell them, apply all of these different singing call figures to that new piece of music. They all fit the same. And they learn a lot about how to control their patter as well, because 99.9% of the singing call figures are going to be corner progressions, and that's what you're looking for. So you get kind of double duty out of it that way.
One of the last questions that we won't be getting to, I think, is what do you think about right-hand lady progressions versus corner? And are there, you know, is this something that you can do ad lib and what have you? But I don't think we have time for that. I hear somebody else questioning something. Yes, no, not yet. Here's one that I'm curious about.
Mel has his hand up for a while.
Mel has his hand up, huh? He's holding his ear. Oh, I didn't see that, Mel. You're up in the corner of my screen.
I was just dropping back just very quickly. One of the reasons that we have many of those workhorse figures, that same question was asked to guys like Jerry Haig, Tony Oxendine, Wade Driver, and whatnot. And many of these workhorse figures came about through the heyday of recording, where they were selling the music. Most of the recording artists had maybe 5 to 7 pat figures that they would use on all of their singing calls, and they'd choose the figures every year. Those would be the figures that they would use for that year on the releases. The one you said, promenade, half square through, right and left through, veer left, Ferris wheel, center square through 3, was one of the pat singing call figures because they're selling the music. Those became what are known as workhorse figures, mainly because, as somebody mentioned earlier, a lot of dancers used to buy records. That's what they would buy, and they would actually buy records for either the caller that they liked or for specific choreography with a movement. If they
I used to really enjoy listening to Ken Bauer recorded singing calls, because Ken did very, very simple choreography, repeated kind of stuff. And at the very end, he had the slightest twist for variety, just a slight different thing. It gave it variety without any difficulty. He was a master, and probably still is a master at that.
That variety was not choreography, it was in delivery.
Well, he also did delivery. He was a great delivery man, yeah. Last question, and then any other conversations we might want to go to. most singing calls end with a swing your corner and promenade. Most callers, I'd say 2/3, maybe a little bit more, have that be close to home. So you have a full 16 beats of music and 16 steps to go around on the promenade. All too many, in my opinion, I'm giving my opinion here, don't realize that the square's been rotated 180 and they're swinging their corner across from home. And so there's 16 beats of music to promenade with and 8 steps to get home, and then 8 steps to stand and listen and admire the caller's voice. Maybe the caller does that so their voice can be admired. I don't know. I care about that, but do others not care about whether they have a shorter promenade, or do they just, aren't they aware of it? I know Daryl's aware of it because you talked about a right-hand lady progression is a shorter, not it's a 3/4 promenade instead of the half that I'm worried about here. But any other newer callers or dancers that notice the fact that we don't have, that sometimes the caller is just standing, you're just standing there while he's singing. And another case of that is doing a grand square when the dancers actually do a grand prix and rush through it, but that's another story. Thoughts? Larry, we haven't heard from you yet. Oh, I'm sorry. I hear a woman's voice, but I don't know who it was.
Yeah, it's Stacy Huber. I have noticed, I'm a new caller. I have noticed that if a singing call figure ends up being there's too long at home and there's enough time, I'll throw in an extra left element to use the time instead of having the dancer stand there. That's a
good way to fill that time if you can get it to fill the music. But yeah, that's good. Again, at least it means that even if you've done a short promenade, you're aware of it and taking advantage of a situation otherwise. Did I see somebody else that was going to comment? Daryl, go for it. Unmute yourself.
Okay. Yeah, this is a very common thing. And typically what happens is callers set up either for that half promenade, take care of it ahead of time, or at the end of it. Examples of setting up for it ahead of time. Now you get movements like 8 chain 4. It's going to rotate the square, keep your corner progression, but it'll only give you an 8 beat promenade instead of a 16 beat. So if you were typically it would be heads promenade half, sides right and left through. Okay, you've taken care of it. You've turned that square 180 degrees before you started. Another might be all 4 couples promenade half. How about that? You've turned that square 180 degrees. All of this is happening before you start into the figure.
There are lots of calls that people frequently use in singing calls that do that 180 that they think of as a 0 and are unaware of it. An 8 chain 4, relay the deucey, load the boat, slide through. And it's cool to use them in combinations with each other. But I guess my main thought is here, how many people are aware? You know, we can talk about how to fix those things with the heads promenade half originally or what have you. How many, but the question, I'm trying to make people aware that some people just do the 16 beat and aren't aware of it. And some people would rather not just stand at home listening. Anyway, Larry, you got your hand up finally. Go for it. Talk to us.
Yeah. So I write all of my singing call figures, and I would say about 90% of them end in promenade, and all of them end just past home. And so I often have essentially a 3/4 promenade. Of course, I tweak the choreography so no one's standing at home, you know, with nothing to do at the end. In rare cases, I do end up with a half promenade, but I make sure that I add a few more beats in the choreography so people are not standing around. So I guess what I'm saying is when I write my singing calls, I try to be super careful about that. And of course, sometimes, you know, I write something that I really like, but I just cannot get it to fit right, you know, within a time scheme. So I have to kind of toss it and start all over again. But that's my approach.
I know you're heavily involved in the music as well as the choreography end of it. So it was interesting your approach, and I'm glad you are aware of the let's keep them moving as long as the music's going and not standing at home. I'm noticing that it is an hour since we started, and I'm going to officially end this and then open it for the free-for-all that we all enjoy afterwards. Hopefully we've gotten you guys to think about different things about square dancing, about singing calls. I know we've gotten a lot of opinions. We've got a lot of, I was going to say blank stares. They're not blank stares. They're interesting, but hopefully people absorbing this stuff or waking up to it or thinking, who cares? But you've hung around, so I guess you care a little bit. And the usual thank you to our engineer, Dan. Thank you to our presenter, all of you, for contributing to this. And thank you, Hannah. And with that, if your time is tight and you only had an hour set aside for this, don't feel guilty about leaving. And with that, let's continue on. One of the questions that I had, and this could take forever, was what are some of your favorite non-workshop figures? I'm sure you have some. And the question is, are there any that are, any that are easy enough to get people through without getting one? Let me throw, Keith, did you have a comment or did you just make a noise? You unmuted. Let me throw in one of mine.
Brian had a question here before you get too far away.
Oh.
Brian Clark.
Oh,
sorry, Brian.
Hi there.
Talk to me. Good morning.
Yeah, well, it wasn't necessarily a question. It was just I guess a comment in general, sort of what I did as a youngster, learning how to call and what my technique was, since there really wasn't any training in our area for what to do. Basically, and my advice to all new callers is to go out and dance to all of the local callers, dance to all of the national callers who come into town. See what it is that you like, see what it is that inspires you, see what it is that makes you go, wow, that was neat. And then don't just say, oh, wow, that was neat. After the tip, sit down and write it down. Sit down, it's I like to call it research, some call it theft, but in actual fact, you're seeing what works live for a crowd of people, and you're seeing it usually done by some of the best callers in the world. So it's better to get that kind of inspiration. I don't pay any attention to the flip side of the album, the flip side of the records. I find, for the most part, I don't like them that much at all. And even the callers who call them, when they're doing a live performance of that song, they tend to do a much better job. So I always find it's better to listen to them do their songs live. Although and it's unfortunate that Tom isn't here anymore, but Tom was at Nationals once, and he did the song Because, which is one of my favorite singing calls that he did, but he accidentally put on the called side, and he didn't notice until he was halfway through the song. The nice part is it's on YouTube, and you can actually watch it. You can actually hear his voice when he's not actually singing. So it's pretty fun. But definitely, as a newer caller, you can get motivated by watching some of the best callers in the world get up there and do singing calls. For example, you know, the person that I tend to emulate more often than not is Johnny Preston. And, you know, whenever I get to a Johnny Preston dance and I hear him do a singing call, I know that I'm going to spend the next month learning how to do it the way Johnny did it. Or, you know, there could be any other callers that I've gone and danced to that I listen to them do a singing call and I go, you know, that was really wonderful. I need to do that record. And usually it's best to see what inspires you by going and dancing live to these other callers.
Just on a note towards an example of what you're talking about, Brian. Well, first of all, I always used to listen to the called side first because I generally didn't know what the song was, and I learned it from the called side. And then once I owned it, then I proceeded to.
Did you mute yourself?
No.
Scott, he's talking, Scott.
After I've learned what's done on the called side, because I generally didn't know about the original song. Now with YouTube, I can find that much better. Then I would proceed to make it mine afterwards and make it better. But I once was at a Jerry Haig dance and he did a song that I thought was amazing. And I went up, asked him after what record it was and what label. And I went out and bought the song, and the guy that did it on the record was one of my best examples of how to sing off key and how to be, even though you've got a good voice, not knowing how to use it. The guy did a terrible job of it. And I couldn't remember Jerry's method and I couldn't learn from this guy. And fortunately, several months later, I got to dance to Jerry again and was able to record him and learned from him how that song was supposed to be. And it was one of my show-off tunes for quite a few years after that. So yeah, the recorded side isn't necessarily the right one. No hands up. I'm going to tell you. Hi, Daryl. I'm going to tell you one of my.
Hannah's got her question up.
I was going to. Oh.
Yeah. To connect to what you just said, Don.
Yes,
today it's really easy to find the original tune on YouTube. So you can do research from the original tune. Isn't that much better?
Oh, so much better. I wish I had that when I was learning a lot of singing calls back when. It definitely makes a difference. But one of the things I try and teach callers is even if you don't know the original song and haven't researched it, by the words, you should be able to tell whether it's a love song or a hate song or a war song or a what have you, and try and get the emotion of the song across. You know, you're not just singing words to melody. You're singing a song as well as getting dancers to move through it. Daryl, go for it.
I am going to leave here very shortly, but you did ask earlier about maybe a simple singing call figure that's just slightly different.
Yes.
Okay, here's one that I probably have used. All four couples promenade half. Heads walk in square through four. Do sa do to a wave. Okay, boys circulate. Girls circulate. All eight circulate and swing and promenade. Now that takes care of that 180-degree turn that you put up front at the end of it. So now there are movements that'll do that. There are little combinations and movements that'll do that as well. So setting up for it ahead of time for the resolution at the end, or take care of the resolution up front or the backside. That's all I was going to talk about. But anyway, very nice. Good presentation, everybody. Good questions. We'll see you later.
Thanks, Daryl. That was I did follow that, and it was very nice. And I said, heads, everybody promenade half. You're obviously heading for something else to rotate them back again. Very nicely done. I haven't I think I've mentioned quite often that I haven't had the opportunity to do much calling lately, but I still call in my head, and with enough years of experience, I can generally set the timing of singing calls and what have you. And I came up with one, oh, it was probably about 4 years ago. I kept dancing it in my head. And I said, you know, I think that time's out. And I had the guts enough to call it to a bunch of callers once when I was as one of the figures of a singing call, and it worked. So let me just throw in a slight variation that you can get. I was going to say you can get most dancers through. I got callers through it. What the heck? But heads promenade half, down the middle and square through. So far it's standard, but then you have to wake them up and to get their attention. Square through, just 3 hands, separate around 1 to a line. At that point, for 2 reasons, I throw in a forward and back. One is because it works out timing wise. 2 is it gives the dancers a chance to orient. Then pass through, half tag the line, ladies trade. And I think the ladies will find themselves pretty easily. After the half tag, it'll help orient it. Recycle, swing your corner, promenade. Everybody is at home in a full promenade. Promenade half, square through 3, separate around 1 to a line, pass through, half tag, ladies trade, recycle, swing, and stand there for 16 beats listening to the caller sing. Any other contributions?
Don, just to clarify, that's a promenade half, square through 4, followed by a square through 3 with the outside separate. Is that correct?
No, it's not.
It's just
come down the middle and square, promenade half and square through 3.
Yeah, I caught the correction on the second one. That's okay.
Yeah, what I was saying was that the dancers are used to a square through 4. Yep. So you say square through and then emphasize that it's only 3 hands and wake them up, so that, you know, that's the hard part, is to keep them from going the 4th hand. But the 3 will get them facing out, then separate around 1 to a line. You do a pretty good job, Mel, of taking notes, typing, and researching while people are talking. I'm impressed.
People will send out figures, but there's a lot of callers that like to copy and paste it in or are writing, and it's a lot easier for me to do that, because I'd rather that they're able to just right click, copy, paste, and spend all their time writing and miss what's being said.
The figure that I just mentioned is, think about that it fits the phrasing of the music by starting with a heads promenade. It gets the dancers going with you because you're calling a square through, but then it's a twist by saying just 3 hands, and by that time they're listening. You've got the forward and back to have them catch up, or if they're falling behind by that time, you can leave that out and go with the music too. Anyway, enough of my chattering. Anyone else got favorites that aren't quite boilerplate? Oh, we have a lively group.
Well, I got a nice gimmick I'd like to, anybody ever considered? Have you ever done a singing call and had the boys progress instead of the girls? You ever thought about doing something like that? Have the boys take the girls to their home? It's an interesting dance.
I've never done that, John. It would be interesting. It should be reasonably easy to do. I can't help but chuckle about one time I was calling, I'll try not to use names here, at a local popular dancing barn, and one of the dancers there was very well known, a woman who was in charge. She was called the general, and she always squared up in the middle square in front of the stage, and was always the number 3 couple so that she could watch the caller. And the first time I called there, and I danced there before, and actually got invited into her square once. I was fully aware of the general's reputation. And the first time I called a singing call there, and the first figure and everybody promenade, I was really surprised that she didn't promenade to her position and make all the men rotate like you suggested. She was that strong a personality, but she managed to hang in there and rotate with the women. Anyway, an aside story. Sorry about that, but it's after the hour, so we can say what we want.
I saw a hand from Hannah and Lars, and then I've got something to toss in.
Okay, so I off and on do that the men will rotate, but I do a right hand lady progression. But instead of the girls going to that position, I ask the boys to follow the girls to their position. So the girls are always coming to their home position, but have a new boy each time.
Do they do that? Do they?
Yes.
There's no problem. Does anyone else call that? I like the idea because it's variety without difficulty.
Yeah, the only thing you have to think about it's like a right-hand lady progression, but instead of boys taking that girl to his position, he's following the girl to her position. So the boys will rotate to his corner each time.
Hey, as long as we're talking about that, I just wanted to throw in something really basic that the new callers might not be aware of, which is that when you're doing your figures, you want to make sure that everybody gets to do the figure, or that all the ladies get to rotate, and have that all work out. So if you're going to vary the figure, then there's particular orders that you can, particular combinations you can do the variations in, like A, B, B, A. Maybe Don could talk about that for a second.
Actually, Chris, I was thinking about that. Dan, you'll be up next, but just let me throw this in quickly. Most singing calls are recorded with the four figures are done heads, heads, sides, sides. And occasionally people will vary it with heads, sides, and head, sides, head, sides. And that has, if you follow it through, that has the men doing, both of those have the men doing the inactive part and the active part twice. But if you do head, sides, the women, two of the women do the active part 4 times and 2 of the women do the inactive part 4 times. And I haven't thought this through recently, but if you're going to do that kind of a variation, and sometimes I do just because it slips out by mistake saying sides instead of heads. If you do heads, sides, heads, I believe that works out so everybody gets to do the active part twice and the inactive part twice. Is that what you were referring to, Chris?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a different point, but it's a good thing to keep in mind for, as a caller, for giving everybody a fair shot at it. Dan, what was your contribution? That's what I was trying to think.
I'm not sure it's a great contribution, but I just, in terms of favorite singing call figures or whatnot, and learning, I just want to reiterate Rich Reel's do-it-yourself singing call figures page is a list of do one of these and then do one of these and then do one of these and then do one of these. And I sat down and memorized 1 row of that because I'm bad at memorization, and then a whole bunch of things fell into place with me. So I highly recommend that for new callers, because memorizing 1 row of that will give you tons of singing calls off the top of your head. And Mel's got his hand up.
Go ahead, Mel.
Just 2 things. Just one point was commenting on what Hannah said, where you have the boys actually rotate to the right or to the left, depending on which way you go. That used to be quite popular in Europe and in Germany back in the early 80s. It was done, 2 or 3 times a night, and it was always announced what was going to go, because it was a big laugh, because the guys had to think twice as hard, which was the comment. It's really
terrible.
It was very, very, that's the way it was introduced. First time I did it, I think it was Kenny Reese that was doing it. It is very easy to accept once you get your hang around it, and it is a nice, simple way of adding variety to an evening dance without making it difficult, just adding a little gimmick that's not in the choreography, but just making the boys think a little bit, which according to my wife is always a good thing. The other thing is somebody had mentioned earlier about the singing call figures and having it available to you on the screen. There was a couple of comments coming to me about that. When you're preparing, I know there's all sorts of things in Square View and the other programs that you can set up your choreography with basic, mainstream, put on whatever tab, but a lot of people don't have the work. So I'm just going to share this for just a second, if I may, Dan.
Okay, your screen is share. You are shareable.
Okay, so if you have your figure up there, this is the kind of thing that a lot of callers do. They'll have a standard opener figure break that they use, and they just put their figures what they want. They can have either a basic figure, a mainstream figure, a plus figure, or they can have two figures like this on a table that they just go across, rather than have it all scrolling down that you have to scroll down and scroll up and scroll down and scroll up, that kind of a thing. So how you set it up is entirely up to you, but you can add that variety without the difficulty. What Dawn said earlier is, if you are going to focus on something, get them to that corner box swing formation early, and then add your filler at the end. That way they have the maximum success, you can have the filler. If you don't, and then it was brought up later, you can add, if they succeed at it, put your filler at the front and have them succeed with your wow move right at the end. Don't try and mix it in somewhere in the middle where they could have the potential of getting lost. That's it for me.
Keith, did you have a comment before?
Yeah, I did. And it was a simple thing, but then that led my thinking to more complex things. If you want a corner progression, you can take to a box and pass through boys turn back and promenade your corner. Nobody said anything about that.
I did.
You did? Okay.
At the it was one of my simple time stretchers, pass through, you turn back. I think Brian might have mentioned it too, but
well, just the boys turn back and promenade your corner. That's before you've taught them how to swing. Which, if you go with a lot of, if we do a one night party night, we'll teach them how to swing right then and there. On the SSD program, I don't think it comes up on the first night. I can't remember. I think it's the second or third night. For one thing, I do remember that right and left through doesn't even come up till the fourth night on that program, which is something that I used to do at every party night. And I'm kind of changing my mind on that because people could get really tangled up doing right and left throughs. But one thing that I did want to say is, Dan, that's an interesting tool that you seem to suggest that Rich has. I'll have to look at it. But you could get in trouble with cookie cutter methods that use equivalents like that with timing. So I think you'd have to be careful a little bit. And phrasing. And nobody said anything about phrasing. I think it was kind of implied. And Hannah said something about listening to the original song. And I will tell you that basically what you're working with when you do a square dance call to music is effectively what we in the business call a cover. And a lot of times people, when they do covers of songs, they will change the phrasing. And so it's possible to change it from the original, and people do when they cover it. You've got to be careful again with the cookie cutter stuff, because the phrasing of the ways the calls come out of your mouth may not match the words. There's only so many ways to phrase something. It's somewhat restrictive. But there's just, here again, these are just things to be careful about. And if you're doing a one night stand and they've never heard you sing to a square dance music before, it's probably going to intrigue them anyway, even though it doesn't come out exactly letter perfect. If you're calling a festival, might be a different consideration.
Keith, you mentioned the fitting the words to the music and the phrasing and making it sound like you're actually singing the song. Well, combination of what you said and what I've said before and all that. It's a totally different subject from here, it's something that's very important. It's something that makes the difference between presenting good showmanship and how you present it, etc. And it's something, I mean, today we were strictly talking choreography on the singing call.
I understand.
No, I'm not criticizing what I'm saying, because it's after the hour. We can talk about anything we want. But it's something that I would love to be able to present and do a good job of. But it's something that I can't think of how to present on a Zoom session to do it justice. So I can do it with one-on-ones in person. I know Daryl Clendenin has written some good stuff on helping people call with the music. That I'm surprised that with just writing words, he's managed to get stuff, and you can get that from him. But it's a whole nother very important topic that just because we didn't talk about it here doesn't mean it's important. It just means that it's a different topic. As I've said before, there's so many different versions, so many different things we have to do at once. If anybody has some ideas on how to present that aspect of it well.
There's going to be a short piece just on a comment that was made by one caller on Facebook, which ended up being an article, which was the caller not getting the music because it's not like the original music, and it you know, he listens to it but he doesn't get it in his head. So there's a piece about that, and just to reiterate what was said there about the actual music structure, all square dance music generally restructures the original, or as you put it, does a cover of an original just for how the music itself is designed and how the music itself is structured. The cadence, the beat, the styling or the phrasing of the 64 from a 48 or a 96 to match it to square dance thing. So there's an article coming up on that to help understand how to get the music. Once you understand it and how it converts to square dance music, then it's a lot easier to understand how to make the original and the square dance music come together.
Oh yeah, and phrasing is something that a lot of us just do by trial and error anyway. So any pointers along those lines would be helpful to anybody.
Mel, when you say there's an article coming, is that in Behind the Mic?
Yes, sorry about that. Oh. Yeah, Behind the Mic magazine. It'll either be in the November or the December edition, I hope.
Looking forward to that. Comments, questions, complaints? Oh, come on, guys. It's never been this short. Although.
There are a number
I have something to add.
Oh, go ahead.
Scott Bennett did a presentation on listening to the melody of the song in order to hear it. And he actually went through the process with a song, and he really encouraged you to listen to the music. Don't try to sing it at all. Just listen to it and listen to it and listen to it until you get to know it. And that presentation really helped me on some singing calls I was struggling with in practice. And then I was able to nail them after I did that process. It was in the GSI class.
Sure.
Cece, that's a great idea. I'll have to go back and listen to Scott's presentation because I know he does things well. I know back in the day, I used to subscribe to the Hanters tape and listen to it in the background over and over again while I was driving. And pretty soon I found myself singing along with some of the calls, singing along with some of the songs. And I realized those are the ones that I've listened to over and over again. And those were the ones that I found that I would buy. I had a limited budget, so I wouldn't buy a ton of records, but the ones that by listening to it over and over again, as you said, Scott recommends, I was able to pick out the ones that were meant for me or that I was meant for, or what have you. I don't know if we have that opportunity as much anymore without tapes like that, but go ahead.
Just to add on what Cece was saying, it's not only the melody line. There's a lot of callers, especially that have trouble with specific melody lines. But once you can pick out the melody line, your melody line is strong for your opener or your tag lines. Also have a really good listen to the background rhythms, because there may be 2 or 3 sub melody lines that go in that. The ultimate melody line is what you do with your voice, and the music's there to accompany, and you can make the variations with a lot of play just around the rhythms that accompany the melody line within any record. Tony Oxendine gave an excellent presentation on that at a number of different caller schools. He'd probably be a really, really good source of information for that as well.
An interesting point of historic thing, back when Wagon Wheel Records was the biggie, I noticed and then talked to one of their 4 recording artists and got it confirmed that the music on the music side, non-called side, was different than the music on the called side. The callers on staff knew their songs and could carry the melody with the music being played in the background, whereas the band that they sold for instrumental they would put a strong melody line in there that for those callers was interfering with them calling the melody, but for the average caller, it helped them get through the melody. And if you have an old Wagon Wheel record, listen to it. And just, most of the time you didn't notice it unless you knew we were listening for it. But every once in a while you'd hear on the called side a cool little instrumentation lick that you'd want to feature when you did it, and it wasn't there. Keith, go ahead.
Is Wagon Wheel, I can't remember, is that the one that uses big, almost like big band stuff? You got horns and everything in there?
No, I don't think that was. It was
one or more of them was. I mean, and that stuff's really interesting.
Windsor had some pretty good music that might be the kind of thing you were thinking of.
Yeah, I remember an old recording of "Gentle on My Mind" that I still use, from time to time, and it has all the clarinets and the horns and saxophones.
That was Wagon Wheel. It was really good. Yeah.
One of the things that my voice teacher, when she found out we had the capability of slowing the music down, she said, if there is a difficult piece or a section that you're having trouble hearing the melody or catching what's going on and stuff, she said, slow the music down so that you can hear what instruments are happening at that time. And it might give you key points to pick up, to key in, because then when you speed it back up to your normal, what you would call it at, all of a sudden you can hear those things and pick up those things that you couldn't prior to. So slowing it down allows you to hear sometimes more what's going on.
Dan also gave a session a while back on actually using music. I believe it was more about pulling the themes and the tag lines and the rhythm lines out with something like Audacity to make your changes in editing. But for any of you that are capable with that, or are capable with, you've got those little bass increases or treble increases that they used to have on the turntables, you can also use that and look at the variations to pull that out of the music to find out what the rhythm lines are, what the track is on the strong melody lines, because you'll find there's usually 1 or 2 different melody lines that are in there with the accompaniment of the instrumentals. And none of the instrumentals play exactly the same melody line because the instruments are not designed to do that. They're designed to be harmonious with each other.
That playing with the speed control brings to mind a parallel thing that's got nothing to do with this, but I thought I'd mention it anyway. Jay King used to say that when you're practicing, and he was talking more patter, but it would work for singing calls too, speed things up. Once you've learned the right thing, speed them up. And that would increase your reaction time so that you were totally in control. And then when you turned it back down to a dancing level, speed things up when you're practicing, I'm sorry, not while you're calling, not while you're in front of dancers. And then you put it in normal dancing tempo when you're actually calling them, and your mind being able to keep up with the sped up practice you did, you're better control and what have you. But I like the idea, Janet, you mentioned of slowing it down so you can hear the intricacies of the music too.
Oh boy.
I'd like to just go back 1 second to something that Daryl said. He said, if you're that promenade, one of the hardest things for dancers, and I think he was commenting on what you said, is when you swing in the corner, sometimes if you're in a corner box, a lot of people will just stand there rather than do the promenade. And he was saying, set it up in the right-hand position. That's not a right-hand lady setup, although you can, but set it up in the right-hand position. It gives you a 12-beat promenade, but it means that everybody has to promenade, especially on your singing calls, even if it's only a 3/4 promenade. It's not necessarily a right-hand lady progression, which you can set up with the right-hand lady box, but you can also set your singing calls to have your corner box or a near corner box, corner grouping set up in that right-hand lady quadrant or the right-hand quadrant. That gives you the 3/4 promenade.
I find that the age of the dancers that we have nowadays, even if you give them a 3/4 promenade or you whatever, you know, a lot of them will just back up to home. They don't really care. They don't want to walk around in a promenade. They're happy to stand at home and smile and clap.
Yeah.
You know, and it's unfortunate, but it has everything to do with the age of the dancers and nothing to do with, you know, their non-enthusiasm for dancing. They love being there. They just don't want to do the extra steps.
It's interesting you should say that, Brian, because a lot of the dancers in another session that was geared for dancers, a lot of them said that they back up on promenades because the patterns are just way too long and they get too tired.
Yeah.
They want the shortness in the patter, but they want the promenade in the singing call.
I used to stand on my high horse and yell, "It's okay to promenade when I call it." Really it is. But I've given up on that. And right now, if I happen to resolve my sight calling close to home, I'll just say, you know, short promenade or something. Or if I really want them to promenade, I'll make sure the resolve is halfway around the square. So it's shorter to promenade home than it is to back up.
So a trick that I learned from Dave Wilson years ago was he'd call for a group, and if he found that they were cutting the promenade short or they were doing something that wasn't quite following directions, he would then say, "Promenade, don't stop, don't slow down until you're home."
Nicely done. One of the things I wish maybe we should teach our dancers, that some dancers, when you call swing your partner, swing your corner and promenade, some dancers choose not to. They just want to stay there. Or no, that's not what I was going to say. Some dancers choose not to swing. They just want to go into the promenade. And what we should really teach them, it's okay not to swing if you don't want to, but don't start promenading while the others are still swinging. You're going to bump into people, you know. Just stand there. You choose not to swing, at least give the others a chance to, and just stand there for a moment before. Because I've seen too many people crashing in and wondering why the other people aren't going, is because of what they did. Anyway, another aside.
Just one thing, I'm not sure if it came up in something that Chris said in an earlier session. One of the other, we're on promenades now, but one of the arguments on promenades especially comes from the singing calls, and where we do a full promenade immediately followed by a heads promenade, and then a full promenade immediately followed by a sides promenade. And unless you've got a really, really good song, you want to try and avoid that for an evening. You may do it once or twice, because essentially what you've got is, out of every 64 beat phrasing, you've got what, 16, 30, 30 beats or 28 beats to 30 beats of promenade out of every 64 beats in your square dance.
I have never thought of that, Mel. That's a great thought. We're all learning. That's an interesting thought.
It's one of the reasons why promenades are so short in the pattern, so that you can use them. But it's very, very common, as you mentioned, there's a lot of go-to figures or power figures, and one of the most common ones is heads promenade half, and it ends with a full promenade. And if you do heads promenade half at the start of every figure, end it with a full promenade, and then start it, you've got one couple that's basically promenading 3/4 of the floor every single figure.
At the beginning of this, over an hour and a half ago, I said that I would try to give you food for thought on different singing call options and what have you. I think it's worked. You guys have been thinking, adding, complaining, whatever it is you wanted to do to add to it. But hopefully you've been all thinking about it, gotten what was promised, and we'll continue if you want, but I just wanted to mention that. Hannah, you had a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to share how I do with the singing call figures. I work with stations, and my station could be like a corner box or across the street box or corner line or lead right box. And then I, from there, write some calls that fits and in time takes the dancers to the corner or to the right-hand lady. So stations for me are much easier because I have some get outs from those stations. Like if I, for instance, have a cross the street box, I know that everybody's out of sequence, both the boys and the girls. If I do a slide through, they are still out of sequence. If I do some kind of a pass through, then I know everybody's in sequence. And then I build it from there.
Yeah.
I want to again and put in a plug for mental image calling, but
I'm not good at mental image yet.
You're working at it, but if you do mental image, it's easy to ad lib singing calls because you can just follow one person. And
yeah, that's what I wanted to learn it. I think Helen had her hand up.
No, she was just waving, I think.
I was inspired earlier by Daryl. He had mentioned something about having all four couples promenade.
Mm-hmm.
And so of course stuff just pops up into my head whenever I hear stuff like that, and I've now come up with something just for fun that's going to replace your square through four options at the beginning of singing calls. Maybe not exactly the same timing, but it'll get you to either a corner box or across the street box if you want. So imagine, if you will, a head ladies chain very quickly, and then say all four couples promenade. The heads go a half, the sides go 3/4. And then if you have the centers pass through, at the end of it, you'll be in across the street box. If you have the centers do a left square through 3, you'll end up with your corner box. And then you can continue on with the rest of your figure at that point.
The other thing about the four couples promenade is I mentioned that heads promenade half or heads square through are the two easiest things to meet with the phrase of the music. I assume all four couples promenade half is also just as nicely put with the music, and so has the additional thing that should fit in most singing calls nicely, plus would add the variety that you just mentioned, Brian.
Yeah, although it does seem a little bit mean to say heads go half, sides go 3/4.
Yeah. Yes.
But that's me.
Scott, we're not trying to keep you from commenting. You are, because you've got yourself muted and we don't read lips.
So am I now unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Okay. What I wanted to say was some people have trouble with tonality in singing calls. To solve that sometimes, it has to do with a certain instrument. Some people get confused when there is a square wave instrument like a saxophone or a what's the word I want to use? There are certain instruments that produce square waves. Those certain instruments, they cause confusion to certain people, and so they cannot be on the note when they hear that tune. They get off. And so what I have to do is I have to actually take that music off or put another piece of music on that doesn't have a saxophone or it doesn't have a clarinet, and allow them to do a singing call without those instruments, and they do well.
Never heard that thought, but wow, that's pretty cool to understand that.
I think you're talking about the reed instruments.
Yes, a reed instrument produces a square wave, which is basically a voice. A voice produces a square wave, and it confuses them, and so they have trouble with it. But it has to do with certain singing calls.
And that was confusing what you said because your voice was in a square wave? No, never mind. Some of you may not know the difference between what we're talking about with square waves and sine waves and pure tones and harmonics, and we're not going to get into that here because I can't really give you a good talk on that.
The square dancers make ocean waves.
Thank you. Most of them do. And in different parts of the country or world, they do that differently too. But oh, that brings up another question.
Brian Clark only does waves.
Why do people, and Dan is waving too, why do people insist on calling head square through do-si-do to a wave swing through? Why do they insist on saying do-si to a wave when you don't have to run a swing through, and they frequently screw up the timing because they've thrown in those extra words?
So in Vancouver, Jim Mayo came to Vancouver and did a caller workshop for us. And as part of the caller workshop, he did a critique of each of the callers. We got up and we did a quick patter, and then he would do a critique on us. And so, of course, my mistake was I got up and I said head square through 4, do-si-do, step to a wave and swing through. And he stopped and he goes, stop, don't do that. And I said, don't do what? He says, don't say step to a wave, because you don't have to, it's redundant. And he goes, okay, do it again. And I said, okay. So I said head square through 4, do-si-do, step to a wave, and the centers trade. And so at that point, saying do-si-do and step to a wave makes sense and it works. But yeah, sure, you're correct. If you're going to just call a swing through or call something that you know, the rules allow you to do the swing through without saying step to a wave, then, you know, don't bother wasting your time using the words, unless, of course, saying those words follows the phrasing of the music.
Right. I frequently in patter do do-si-do to a wave centers trade, because it does give a nice feeling to it. But I imagine poor Jim was all upset. You said do it again, so I was doing the same thing again. Jim does have a sense of humor, but it doesn't always show through. Gentlemen, I think I am going to bow out because it's gotten nice and quiet, and you guys have been doing a lot of good thinking, good talking. If you guys hang around further, as I'm sure Dan will allow, I will listen to the tape later. But in the meantime, it's been fun.
Thank you very much.
I hope we have gotten you guys to think things about singing calls you haven't before, and that those were useful as well as entertaining. I'm going to bow out now, guys. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Where's the bow?
Sorry, I was just putting up the stuff that you were talking about, waves and instruments. There's a really, really good document that is that was produced on that. It's more of a technical research document, but it really goes in to help you understand what the concepts are going in. But it talks about standing waves, musical instruments. It's Catherine Jones or Catherine Smith Jones. So I put the link there. It's more physics, but it's basically written for middle school, like junior high school and whatnot, to understand why musical instruments produce different types of sounds and how they work together with harmony. And if you can understand it, it really helps pulling in the different harmony musics and the instruments in your recording to figure out what you can do with your voice to dance around those instrumentals.
Yeah, one of the things that causes people to be flat is they're hitting notes that are beyond their ability. So let's say you are a bass and you sing really low notes all the time. If you hit a note that is too high for you, it's going to come out sharp. It'll sound bad. If on the other hand, you sing tenor all the time and you sing a note that is too low for you, it comes out flat, and that sounds bad. So those are two things to try to understand. Find a song that is in your key. Know what your key is, and then you can usually sing that song without having tonality problems.
Yeah. There's an old adage, which was, I think it was Tony Oxendine who gave it at caller school in Massachusetts. He said, the worst thing that a caller can ever do is try and hit a high note or hit a low note. You should never try to hit a note. If you can't sing that note, you shouldn't be doing it. Don't try and hit it, because that means 1 out of 100 times you're going to hit it. The rest of the time you're going to miss it. You either sing it or you don't. Hi, Hannah.
For lady callers, there's another problem. Often I need to pitch the songs, and some of them I need to pitch quite a lot, and the music finally comes out terrible.
Yeah.
So the result is that I don't use that tune, although I love the tune itself.
Yeah, Deborah.
I know that some producers have started to do music for ladies, but my problem is that I don't have a ladies' pitch either. I am in between somewhere.
Yeah, but Deborah gave a great presentation on that. But the reality is, most music, you're absolutely correct, is pitched in those various ranges. I'm in a very similar anomalous. I like to sing in a B flat. Very few things are recorded in B flat. Either that or an Irish tenor type thing. But within that, there is a lot of music that's going out. But if you have to pitch music, you should never go beyond 1.5 one way or the other on your adjustments. Otherwise, you just lose the dynamic of the music too much. And it may make you sound great.
Sometimes it's already. Yeah, but sometimes it happens already if I just pitch it 2 or 3 steps.
Yeah, and pitching more than 2, like never. You should never pitch more than 2 is a maximum. An absolute maximum.
Yeah,
you're getting into the danger zone there.
I have a question. How do you know what your key is?
Sit down with a piano and just hit notes until you reach a point that it's too high for you, or you hit notes until you reach a point where it's too low for you, and that'll tell you approximately what your range is. I do that in the caller school. I do that with every student so that they know what their range is.
And it is likely that you have a break in the middle of the notes that you can hit, where it's very difficult to go over it. One of mine is at A sharp 3, where when you go over it, you'll do kind of a yodel, that note there. So if you sing arpeggios and go up and down by notes, you'll be able to hear where your voice breaks and doesn't, and then take that to a piano and find your high note and low note.
An important thing in doing that is to find your mid-range where you like to sing. There's a lot of music that is out, especially karaoke music, if you're into that, that'll actually have the key that's recorded into, and you can generally source around just listening to the tunes or listening to the samples to find out which keys you're most comfortable in. That's generally around your mid-range point. From there, work, because what most people keep forgetting is that is a muscle. And as with any muscle, think of it, your throat and your larynx and all of your vocal cords as the gymnastics part of your body. The more you exercise and the more you do with it, the more flexibility and the more muscular endurance you're going to have with it. And like with all muscles, if you don't use it, it's going to atrophy. And when you're like me and you start getting old, I used to have almost a 4.5 octave range. I'm lucky if I can hit, A to B on the keyboard right now. So, and that's because we're out of practice. You have to keep practicing especially with the COVID, get your singing calls out, get them, practice them, make them yours. And the best way of doing that is put the microphone down, turn the music up, put a recorder somewhere over in the other side of the room, and just wail on them without the mic. You should be able to project yourself over the music at a common level to call without the microphone and practice that way. And that way you can learn to project. Once you can learn to project, you can learn to control your voice. And that way you don't need the mic. The mic is there to enhance your voice. and let it, because what comes out of the microphone is already amplified for the dancers. And if it's you being afraid or you stretching or you doing something wrong, they'll hear that. It's just like, I can't remember who coined the phrase when I heard it the first time. Square dancers can hear you singing before you open your mouth. They can hear that smile on your face before you even utter your first sound. So
when you're in the car by yourself, you can sing with the artist on the radio, and that's always a good way to warm up before you get to a dance. Just sit in the car and sing while you're driving, and then you can hear whether you're warming up or not, or if you're getting flat. You can hear that. It'll help develop your voice.
absolutely. You're smiling a lot, Helen, but you're not saying anything.
I find singing calls very, very, very difficult to do. I haven't done very many of them, and I do them in my club. And I tell everyone that recording is strictly forbidden. I do not ever want to hear my voice on the internet somewhere. So I have a lot to learn before I will feel comfortable doing a singing call. It's very difficult. Hannah has heard me sing, so she knows what I'm talking about.
And I also know that you're being so hard on yourself.
I think every caller is when they hear themselves recorded. I can't stand the sound of my own voice recorded.
I know callers that love their voices.
Mm.
Never let go of the microphone.
Interestingly enough, I was scheduled to do a dance, and my wife is a cuer, and my wife was cueing the dance, and so she was up there, and I hadn't shown up yet. I was still at the airport, and they were trying to get me in. And what happened was she played a recording of me calling, and I walked into the room and I heard myself calling, and I said, "Wait, who's that?"
Yeah. Not unusual.
I've been actually getting some compliments on my singing and been told that I should start doing other things. But I'm in the process of recording a couple of lines for a friend's audiobook where he doesn't want his major narrator to have the singing things. And there's like 5 lines. And I have been recording those for probably 5 or 6 hours over and over again, getting a take to try to get a take that I actually like. And yeah.
So we are very hard on ourselves.
Who's got the TV going in the background?
It was Paul. I got him. All right.
But Mel, you are so right about not practicing now that the COVID situation and all that. I noticed that with my voice as well, that I haven't been singing for other reasons for a long time. And when I started to sing again, it was not my voice at all.
Yeah, most people are in exactly the same boat. There's a few that
Also,
have...
yeah.
Go ahead.
Also, when I stopped smoking, it was a big difference. And it was like a young man going into the phase of changing voices. That was my voice for a while. It was quite difficult.
I thought my voice was actually a lot better when I was smoking. I know I've heard some recordings and it did sound a lot better. But I don't give up quitting.
No, same here.
That's because the cigarettes give you a lower note, so you do sound a lot more bassy, and so that appeals to you, and that's why you like that.
Also, it was like your voice was kind of, vad heter slöja? Like
veiled.
Yeah, veiled. Yeah, I don't know how to put it in English. Tack.
It had that smoky quality to it.
Yeah.
Kind of rough.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it has
a little raspy.
It has more of a soft bluesy
Yeah,
lounge
more
kind of
interesting.
quality to it.
Yeah.
Gravelly.
Gravelly works.
By the same token, as you're driving to the dance, another thing that'll affect your voice is alcohol. So if you drink heavily as you're driving to the dance, that can benefit your singing calls a lot as well.
Well, I'm in trouble. I don't drink at all.
At least until you hear the recording the next day.
So you're advocating drinking?
That was my first thought.
Lars
too.
loves whiskey. That's good.
Chris, I was getting a lot of good comments on your presentation. There's a lot of things that came up on Facebook. Thanks for posting the secondary notes on that.
Oh yeah, if anybody was at that thing, and especially some of we covered a bunch of stuff, and some of it might have gone by a little fast for folks. And so after I did the talk, I wrote up some additional notes and whatnot. If you're there and you want to look those over, the easiest place to find that stuff is on my website, which is www.swingandacircles with the words spelled out, swingandacircle.com/square/downloads, and all that stuff is over there. That's the easiest place to pull it down from.
I think I'll leave now. I'm going to be back again in a couple of hours to listen to Mel's talk. So I'll leave now. Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Julie.
Bye. Har han också någonting? Då har vi det.
There we go.
Mel, are you going to talk? We don't know anything.
Sorry, I was just putting Chris's www.swingandcircle/square/downloads. Is that correct, Chris?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I was just posting that in, and I was just typing that out. But
It looks like that's missing a .com.
Oh yeah, so it is. But if you type that, you'll get it anyway.
Vet du någonting om han ska prata om då? Han svarar inte.
Yeah, we've got a session coming up at 9 o'clock, which is 5 hours from now, with Guido
Okay.
Haas on reverse engineering, which is basically taking what you want and working backwards to develop your singing call figures. So that should be an interesting comment. I got about 6 requests in here about what I put up as that just quick thing on Square View, saying how do we do that? Dan, I don't know if you wanted that. I'm not a Square View techie by any chance, but I can show people how to just make that single page so that your cue sheet comes up like that if you wanted it, or I can do up a presentation, or I can even do that in mine, I suppose, if you're interested in it. But there's a lot of people asking about that.
I think that might be one worth recording separately and putting somewhere so that we can, so that you don't have to sit through this whole thing to get that one. But yeah, I think that would be super useful. Mostly, partially because I want to steal
a lot of stuff on Square View. That I'm pretty sure is not how Square View was designed. I just find it comfortable for me because I can put one thing up on the screen and I can look at whatever figures I want. I do the same thing with my patterns.
And yeah, the other thing is that I'm starting to put in some features into Square Desk about choreography management. And so anything I can steal research is super useful for that.
Don't steal. We research into our repertoire quite actively.
So
No,
Dan, you have a program called Square Desk?
Yes, Mike Pogue and I wrote that. And it runs on Mac and Linux, and we may still have a Windows version, but I don't know. We were having problems supporting that. But yeah, if you're a Mac user or a Linux user and want a Square square dance jukebox program, I think rather highly of it.
Just as a note, Chris just posted in the correct address. It's swingandcircle.com /, not the .com after like I put it. Told you I wasn't a techie. Does anybody have anything they wanted to discuss? I mean, it's an open mic. Dan leaves it open for questions, comments, queries, points.
Well, on the subject of choreography, when we were talking about singing calls, a certain figure came up into my head that I used to use a lot, and that was on the third hand. So I would set up an across the street box, do a right and left through, and then do an Alaman left and a right and left grand, but on the third hand, promenade. And I called that with Bill Davis once, and Bill Davis used it the next time. And so I got up and I said, okay, Alaman left, right and left grand, but on the third hand, do a right and left grand, and on the third hand, promenade.
Yeah. There's a lot of what do they call on the nth hand material, square through, right and left grand, you know, those ones that have multiple things. Same with 8-chain, the 8-chain family. There's a lot of on the nth, the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, 27th hand that you have an adaptation.
After 27, don't they leave the floor?
It depends. There are times you can actually get away with that. Like an 8-chain through is one on the nth hand. You can get those right and left grand on the nth hand are really good for going into a right arm turn into a wrong way dar or into an Alaman dar, which really work out quite well. Very quiet group you got.
Yeah, I was writing something down. I think it would be a really neat idea, Mel, to do a presentation on setting up Square View the way that you did. I think that would really.
Yeah, well, it's quite possible. I can either do it in mine or I can do it for Dan. I'll have a chat and look at it. It's like I said, in most cases, it's not. I'm not a professional with Square View. All I do is set up the lyrics links and rewrite those so that you can actually see them in a font and rescale them. Let's just hang on. Let's pull up an example here. What have I got here? Where's Square View? Square View. Yeah. Is that up on the screen?
Yeah, it's on the screen.
Okay, so like for instance, if I was doing A1, I might have something like that on my computer screen. I'll be using I'll be using the singing call after the loving. So I might use one of those two figures in the after the loving, and then I've got a few modules that I can free call or I can cite to a corner box. I can do a corner box to corner box or what have you. Same thing, corner box to corner box, partner line to partner line. That's the singing call I would use. There's two singing call figures that I might use. They're not the ones that came with the record, but I would do something like that. And then if I had a singing call,
Det förutsätter att man kan texten på sången.
You know, like walking, talking, crying, barely beating, broken heart.
Yeah.
Okay, same thing. It's there, and I've got a singing call figure. So I might use that if this is plus. If this is mainstream. And that will display exactly like that on my computer screen. And I do it in a big enough font that I can see it from a distance away, but one of the things that really gets me is when you're trying to do a singing call figure, and you have, well, that's not a good example, but I'll try to find one here. Okay,
Yeah, that font is really small for me. I can hardly see it.
Is that really small for you?
Well, yeah, but I'm visually impaired, so.
Well, I've got that set on my screen. I've got a 16-inch screen on my laptop, and I set it at about a 22 to a 24 point. I prefer a 24 point because I can see it off in the distance.
I need 16 point.
Sorry?
I need 16 point.
Yeah, these are set at 24. But when I do them, like the one thing that I've always found difficult is if you've got it on square view and you have to do this, and there's the figure, oh, there's my second figure, and now I got to do this to go back up to the first figure, and I got to go this to the second figure, or I've got to go here for the opener, and then the figure, oh, I've got to go back up here because the tagline for the second break is different, and then I got to go down here, and then I hate scrolling, moving up and down. Generally, if I practice, I don't really have that kind of a need, but what I do, if I've got something that I really like, I don't know, let's pick something here. Yeah. There's the opener. I've got that. Figure 1, figure 2. I'll do it like that, or I'll put it in the table. And that way I don't have to scroll. So once I'm past the opener, that's it.
Well, that's why I don't read anymore. I used to read material, but I don't anymore. And that's because I can't see that well. I'm visually impaired.
Yeah. Now my singing call, I try to structure an evening. I prepare my singing calls. I know what I'm going to call. I try to prepare my patter. I generally don't like to use written material. I will have modules if I'm doing a feature move. So let's say I'm doing an extended version of Spin the Top. I'll have my modules up on my computer screen, and I'll have the 2 choices of the singing calls that use variations of those extended applications that I'm using for that particular workshop or that particular tip or that feature call. I'll have my modules there that I can do a quick glance, get to a corner box, I can cite, I can do isolated cite, I can mix and match. I can come back in. If I want to have a think, I'll get them into a corner box. I'll look at the corner box module, say, right, I'll call the corner box module because I practiced it, I've refreshed it, I'm calling to the floor, I'll get to an element left or right and left brand. Bang, I'll look at the next one, refresh that in my mind, swing and promenade, I've got the next one in my mind to go home. Because I practiced them so that they're in my head. It's not just written and I wait to read it. I practice it and practice it and practice it and practice it. And I practice my patter call, mixing and matching all these modules so that when I do the singing call, it's going to reflect what I've done in the patter call, but I can quickly glance at the screen. And when I do the singing call, I've also got the singing call there on the patter screen. That's already refreshed in my mind so that I don't have to read the screen for the singing call. I can get up there and I can walk around the stage. I was told very, very long time ago that the worst thing I could ever do is get myself a remote microphone because I wander when I call. I actually had one of my mentors.
No, I think that's great. I wander all the time. That's the only way I can call is by wandering on the floor. And I instantly cite off of each square as I go.
I wander all over the stage. One of my mentors, when I started calling, actually went out and bought me a shorter microphone cord.
I don't understand why.
No, because I would literally, I had it was about a 15-foot microphone cord, and I would wander all over the stage, and I was always getting it twisted around everything, and I'd go all up. He says, you walk and you talk and you do all this, but when you call, he wanted me to concentrate on my calling, and that way I could separate the patter from the singing calls. Says, save your wandering for the singing calls. Concentrate on the floor. I want you to do that. You know, you don't have to walk over to that side of the hall to look at that side of the hall. It's just little things like that. When I was teaching callers, you find little things that help them improve one thing. I had another call. You know how round dance cuers dance while they're cueing? You'll see a lot of callers that bounce when they're calling. It's almost like they're tap dancing or they're hopping like a child in elementary school that has to go to the bathroom. And one of the things that I did with one caller is I got the big cans of soup and I had him stand on the cans initially. And then I thought that was a bit dangerous. So then what I did is I took smaller cans of soup and I balanced them on his toes. And I said, right, you have to stand there and call a tip. And I had a group of dancers there and it was all part of the fun. But it took him 11 times through the patter to get through it without knocking those cans over. And I made him restart every time. You know, it's just to make you aware.
It's so very difficult to get rid of.
It is.
I have to walk over and look at them. I cannot see them unless I'm looking right at them.
Yeah, other callers are busy looking at the computer screen or they turn their back to the dancers while they're calling to do something, and they keep calling while they're setting up the next thing on their computer screen. And,
yeah, that's terrible.
you know, you go up prepared.
Yeah.
We actually did that with one caller, and it's in Germany, and he was always turning his back and going through. He was calling, great caller, but he'd turn his back and he'd call and he'd sort through his record box to pull out the records for the next tip. And he was calling, and it would take him about a minute and a half to do this. And we were all watching for when he did this. And when he did this, all the dancers left the floor, and he was totally unaware of it. We all left the floor and left the hall while he was calling. He turned back to an empty hall and went, "Oh." And you could tell it just stopped.
I'd have kept calling.
Oh, it is absolutely hilarious, some of it. Yeah. But you don't get much of that play rapport between the dancers and the callers much anymore, at least not in North America or here. I know it still happens a lot in Germany, and a lot of.
I was talking with a young caller in Germany like a couple of years ago, and when he was calling, he was bouncing up and down like that, and I felt it looked strange that he was jumping and I was standing still. So I also started to jump up and down so that we would match.
Yeah. Aren't you glad we don't use records anymore?
But he was like 30 years younger than me.
I remember when Thorsten Geppert was the little young kid, just a new teenager starting to call. God.
Who is that?
Thorsten Geppert.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he's from Europe.
Yeah.
He's from Germany.
I remember my first dance, I think it was in Hamburg, actually. One of the active conventions. Al Stevens was there with his ex, and they had a tent set up in the middle of the paddock. And of course, it was about 2 o'clock in the morning, and several drinks at the after party. We decided he was scheduled to get up and do a morning dance at about 8 o'clock in the morning. And they couldn't get up because we buried him and his partner in their tent in a haystack. We completely surrounded the tent and covered it in hay bales and then covered it with a haystack. But,
what the hay?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But that was common. You know, it was not unusual to have a dance that would start at 10 in the morning, go till noon, have a lunch break, start at 1 o'clock, go until 5 o'clock, start again in the evening until 11, and then at 11:30.
And no rounds between.
Yeah, at 11:30, you know, it's basically an open mic, and it would go till sometimes 3, 4 in the morning. It'd still be there.
Yeah.
It's not so much the same now, but they still go late, and then they still have the after parties, and they still pull out the music and start going at the after parties.
Yeah.
It was one of the things that I
Sounds
noticed.
like fun.
It is. It's one of the things that I noted. It's actually one of the things I'm going to be bringing up in Guido's introduction. But one of the things that I noted in Europe, there was about 3 or 4 dozen callers now, and there's a trend, and it's how they identify the groups that they call for. And it's, I call for this group, I call for that group, I call for this group, I call for that group. Oh, I also call for a seniors group. I call for this group, this group, this group, and I also call for a seniors group. You know, now I don't know if anybody else picks up on that, but it's the only place where I note that they identify square dancers and they identify the seniors group as the anomaly because they have to call different. So their seniors groups are groups that are specifically geared for seniors. There's one that does, and it's actually Guido, does a seniors group that is hexagons, true hexagons. And then there's another one which is seniors group. Everything else is square dancing, and it's, you know, between 6 and 96, and it's the same. And it's a family, it's an everybody come and dance, except the seniors group is identified. Go to North America, oh, I've got a youth group, or I've got a younger group. Oh, it's great, I've got a younger group, or I've got a square dance club.
In California, it's the exact opposite. You always mention your younger groups as a special item, but 90% or 80% of our dancers are all senior groups. And the rest of them are, you know, we have to mention, like, I've got a group in Placerville, and that's a high energy dancing group. I've got a group that dances in Danville, and that's called the Young Rebels, and they're a youth group.
Yeah.
You know, so
I've seen a lot of young dancers and young callers quit the activity because they're singled out as, oh, it's so good to have a, you know, a teenager, or it's so good to have a young dancer with us, you know, and it's special notoriety. And I watched this with a young lady caller, very, very good caller, and she quit mainly because she couldn't go to a dance. They get up, and we've got not only a lady caller, but a young lady caller. And it's like, I'm just a caller. And she was a good caller. You know, she was learning, but she was really, really good. And she quit because she just got sick of being identified as being so completely different, as opposed to, and there was young guys that were calling the same. They didn't get that same thing. They got the young, but they didn't get the lady. And they said, look, I'm just a caller. I'm not a young caller. I'm a caller.
Yeah, when I started, they kept calling me Little Scotty Byers. I hated that.
Yes, Hannah.
It still is like that. Lady callers have much more pressure on them than the male callers.
Yeah, but lady callers are eminently more qualified to do that than men callers, because God created women to dance backwards.
And in high heels.
Have you never noticed that? Think about it. Do you round that, Hannah?
No, but I know what you mean.
Yes,
you think about it. We say forward 2-step, apart,
Yeah.
point, together, touch, forward 2-step.
Yeah.
Which way is the lady going? Yeah, pick up. Left turning box. Which way is the lady going? Right. You know, it's God created women to dance backwards. No wonder they're so better at this than we are.
Well, and then there's the additional pressure that women caller put on each other, because it's like, but you're representing all of us women callers, so we've got to really do a good job, right?
I look at it. I really don't care who's calling. If I'm up on the floor having a good time, I'm happy, and that's really what matters to me.
I'm not talking about the dancers making the difference. I'm talking about the male callers that I call with, together with. That's the terrible thing.
Yeah.
We don't treat each other the way we should.
See, if it was anything, Hannah, I wouldn't be picking on you as a caller for your calling ability or your dancing. I might be picking on you for being a ginger with the red hair, but that's about it. By the way, I don't know who did that cartoon drawing of you, but I love it.
Which one?
The one that you had posted there for a while.
Oh, okay.
It's
one of our dancers, a very talented lady.
A young lady.
Linda, you're very quiet back there.
Still here, just listening.
What have your experiences been with being a young lady caller?
I haven't copped it. Hey, I'm not young.
It's a comparative, Linda.
You look young to me.
No.
Well, if
If you
nobody
get a
has,
chance, Mel, I've just put another song I did on Facebook, on my Facebook, for our football tomorrow that I did on a Zoom meeting on Friday night.
okay. If I get a chance, I'll have a look at it. You still want the same type of critique?
Yep.
No worries. If those of you that are wondering, I get a lot of callers will send recordings of themselves. Tom Miller does this, I do this, a number of other callers do this, and they just ask for a very open and objective critique, not only the presentation, the wording, the delivery, the choreography, the flow, and the whole show. Spend the time and do it. Don't mind doing it. If you want to do it, send me a copy of it and we'll have a look at it. There's a lot of other callers that will do that, but I really, really strongly recommend that in whatever area you are, if you're able to mentor or if you need a mentor, seek them out and ask for open commentary and open critique and open criticism. And the criticism has to be positive and negative. There is such a thing as positive criticism.
I do Skype voice lessons. So I've had callers Skype with me, and I'll criticize them while they're doing the song. And so I can do that, check their performance, check their breathing, that kind of thing.
Yeah. And the big thing is, if you're in that position, there's a major difference between criticism and critique.
Yeah, if you're critiquing somebody, then it's of great value if you tell that person how to change it, because just criticizing is not good enough.
Yeah, criticizing is only one part of critique. Unfortunately, they both start the same, and that's what most people focus on.
Yeah.
I think I put that up here a while ago, the 9 times tables. It was one of my favorite examples. I do that at every caller school I start with, is I put the 9 times tables with a mistake on it, like 3 times 9 is 26, and the rest of it all be right. And everybody comments, and it goes quiet, and then you let the murmurs and the grumbling go in the background. And then I point out that, everybody's focused on 3 times 9 is 27, not 26. You're all focused on one error, but there's 9 other things that are absolutely correct, and nobody even says something about it.
In California, that wouldn't work too well because we're all mathematicians.
Yeah, well, that would definitely work. That would work even better in California.
Yeah, I think so.
It
wouldn't work on me because I can't count.
Well, if nobody has anything else.
But it's really nice of you. It's really nice of you to give people critique and let people send in recordings. That's really nice.
Well, I had Bob Moffat, Kim Lindner, Al Stevens, Dave Prescott, Kenny Reese, and them. And that's one of the things that they told me when I started calling. If you're ever in a position to pass assistance on to another caller, do it. If you're running a caller school, get paid, but never, never, never make yourself unavailable to assist another caller that's either learning, trying to learn, or even somebody just wants to talk square dancing. Give up the time, because it's always worth it.
But sometimes you get somebody that you don't know how to help.
I haven't found that yet.
I can fix it so that
no,
I'm serious. I'm serious.
I've had callers that cannot sing.
Yeah.
Couldn't carry a tune in a bucket if you wrote it on paper and nailed it shut and put
That's
it in
my specialty.
And a very, very good caller, Mike Turner, was one of these. And he was actually one of the guys that gave me a lot. This man had a group called the Teen Twirlers, and he ran it for about 20 years. He never failed to get more than 200 dancers on the floor. These were all teenagers. These, all between 12 and 21. I shouldn't say all teenagers.
Wow.
He ran this club for over 20 years. Most of the dancers joined his square dance club or clubs. He ran the spin chainers in Ottawa for a long time. He turned the club over to another caller. Now, Mike was one of those callers. He could not carry a tune in a bucket, period. And he would say that himself, you know, great entertainer, a fun person to dance to. The caller he turned the club over to was an excellent choreographer, an excellent singer, but he was also a high school principal.
Mm.
And although he was a good square dance caller for his adult groups, with the teen group, he treated them like students, and the club folded within a year.
Oh.
It's unfortunate, but that's what happens. There is so much more to calling than just being able to deliver choreography and to sing. There is so very much more to it than that.
Absolutely.
And, you know,
Yeah.
I've been lucky. I've never had a caller so far that I've been unable to get to improve their performance and to get enthused about square dancing. And there's a few callers like Jeff Clark, Brian Crawford, a number of others that I started off as their initial teacher, that they're now calling it programs regularly at much higher levels than I am. And they still come to me for advice. And, you know, I'm looking at them and I'm going, well, you know, you call more often. Some of them are calling 4, 5, 6 nights a week.
Yeah.
And they still ask the questions. It's not because I'm a better caller than them. It's maybe I have the ability to get them to look at themselves a little more objectively and figure out what they need to do. And that's what callers need to do with other callers to help them be a better them than they are right now. You may never be a great caller, but you can always be a better caller than you are at any given moment.
Yeah, you're so right.
Well, we need all kinds of callers. We don't need just the high performance callers. We need the local callers that can handle the programs that are in their local area. We need those.
Yeah, we need teachers as well. We have a fellow down in Albury that's been running a club now for 3.5 years. He is not a caller. He calls off of recorded tapes. Some of the local callers, when we get a chance, we go down there and we'll do dances. I go down there. I don't charge him. You know, it's only about, you know, was it 230, 240 kilometers to get there. So I'll go down and do it, you know, a dance for him or an evening dance for him every now and then, as do a couple of other callers, and they even go further out. We have no problem with guys like that because they're doing what they believe in, teaching the dancers as best they can how to do the movements from what he's got on recordings. He can't call, good teacher, and we need to support people like that as well.
Yeah. Yeah, well, good teachers provide the base for the high caller, you know, the very famous names. Without the good teachers, there are no square dancing.
Yeah.
You still with us, Chris?
Have you ever worked with someone that no matter what you said that they knew the answer before you could say it?
Oh, absolutely. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, there is on their part because it's hard to teach them.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. I actually love people like that. Generally because it is so much. Here's a question. And I believe this is from Tony Oxendine. Who would be the better caller? Yolanda or Tony Oxendine?
Better at what?
Calling.
You're
I
talking
think it
about
would be
material, or you're
I-
teaching, or you're talking about calling?
I think it would be Tony.
Okay. Now, I use that as an example. Tony Oxendine is, of course, one of my heroes as far as calling
Yes,
goes.
yes.
Now, within that, Tony is an excellent, phenomenal teacher, caller, all-arounder. Tony gave me one of the biggest compliments in my life, which is when he walked up, lifted a needle off the record, put it off to the side, and walked away saying, "I hate you." And that was on Pat Carnathan. Pat Carnathan released the song "Shut Up and Kiss Me," which has got that "Ooh, shut up and kiss me," you know, in it. I can't do it. It's a really, really hard bit to do in that song. So I said, well, what do you do? I said, I do that song all the time. Like dancers love it. I said, well, what do you do? I go up, I wail, I just holler, wow, shut up and kiss me. You know, and I just, so he said, put it on. This is a color school. And I did that. And he walked up and went, I hate you. Now, within that, afterwards, we got talking, and it was, the secret of that is I will never, ever be at the caliber of calling that Tony Oxendine is. I could never say something or start talking about calling that he did not know the answer to. But he come back and said, you're better than I, because I learned something from you. You didn't learn from me. I learned something from you that made him better. And it took me back to a book, which was the Adept series by Pierce Anthony. And they had these competitions. And one of the competitions was a music competition. And you know, both excellent musicians up there, but the one guy was so technically perfect, never made a mistake, obvious winner. There's nothing he could be flawed at. So the other guy just started doing impromptu, and he started playing the crowd rather than playing the music. And eventually the expert musician had to adapt, and it became phenomenal. And the guy who was playing the crowd figured he lost because this guy was now able to do everything so much better. But the guy
I'm going to have to reread that book because I don't remember that section in the book.
Yeah, the guy who was the lesser musician actually won the competition because although he didn't improve, the master musician improved. They're both excellent musicians. Now it's the same thing. When you learn from somebody who's actually better at it, it's not a matter of being better or worse. It's a matter of being open to discovery. And when you get some people that know the answer to everything, I love them because it's great to open their minds to discovery. Watching that, like, they may know more about that subject than I ever will, but there's always something to learn. John Juergens is an excellent example of that. John is a brand new caller. He hasn't called in front of a crowd yet or an audience. He's just learning, and maybe mainly because he has an academic interest in it. But watching his mind work and watching him discover things, I have learned so much about my own calling, about how I present things, about how I explain things, that, you know, I've written entire articles in Behind the Mic based on questions or things that he's done. Masako Saleas from Japan is another one. She's put choreography out there that I've looked at and I said, why have I never thought about it that way? And it's just like, you know, the wax tip on the end of your shoelace, the niglet, you know, it's such common sense and such logic, but think about it. We've had laces and shoes for how long, and it was tied and it was whipped. The person that thought of that the first time is an absolute genius. That may be the only thing that person ever accomplishes, but is an absolute genius because he made shoelaces better. And that's what new callers are. They have that light that can make any caller better. And that's one of the reasons why I do it. I love watching those lights come on, and I love watching the lights come on with me.
Yeah, but what I was talking about someone who really needed help, but would not listen to anything you said.
Yes.
I understand. I understood that completely. And that's why I said I love those people, because they're a challenge to me to actually get them to look at themselves. And I may never succeed. I haven't failed yet. I've been lucky that way. But I've had a number of callers like that, and it doesn't really matter. If people don't want to learn, they won't. But they've always walked away with, you know, just that one little light bulb. It may be a dim flicker, and the current's not going through it all the time, but I haven't failed yet. So I guess I've been lucky that way.
Well, one of my buddies that drums, the two of us were jamming the other day, and he says, "Well, now throw some music, one of your caller songs on, and I will drum with you." And he said, "You know what?" He says, "Close your eyes." And I said, "Why?" He says, "Don't ask. Just close your eyes." And he walked me over. I've got my eyes closed. And he says, now open your eyes. And he had me in front of the mirror and he says, look at yourself. He says, your eyes are glowing. You've got this major smile on your face. He says, that is why the dancers coming to see you. He says they're having so much fun. And that's what they've been saying, but I'd never actually seen myself when I'm calling, you know, and stuff. And like, I'm just starting. Like, why the heck why are you guys asking at a jamboree which building that you're in? Why do you want to, and it's, they say it's what you're doing behind the mic. It's the personality behind the mic, but I'd never actually seen it. And so I got the information from somebody that has never seen me, you know, call, but has seen me, you know, sing with them. And he says, you don't get that part, do you? I said, no. Like, to me, when I'm calling, but I don't see myself because I'm not getting videotaped. And he says, you need to start getting yourself videotaped because you're not seeing that part that they are getting. And it was like, you know, because I see myself like this, not the, you know, the bouncy perky. And the dancers saying, we relate with you, you know, the voice changes and stuff like that. Yeah. And all I'm doing is critiquing myself. Oh, okay, this note isn't well enough and blah, blah, blah. And they're just seeing me having fun. And I'm seeing the dancers smiling. I'm seeing the dancers
about that though, Yolanda.
Pardon me?
It's the dancers that aren't caring about that. And that's the biggest failing that we have as callers today. Like, for instance, if I sat here in this session and I went, okay, just picture this for a second. 4 ladies chain, head slide through, left square through 3, touch a quarter, centers trade, swing through, centers run, 1/4 tag the line, in the wave center boys trade and those boys run, the centers veer right, everybody swing your corner. Wow, you know, wow, what do we got? 4 ladies chain, slide through, square through 3 into a right hand touch a quarter, centers trade, swing through, centers run, 1/4 tagged line. Oh yeah, that's new on the mainstream. That's a wave. We're in there. What are we going to do? Okay, there's a wave. Let's have the centers trade. Great. That establishes that wave. It's there. Same boys run, veer to the right, and you're going right into that corner for a swing and a promenade. Wow, that's fantastic. Most callers would go, wow, that's an interesting piece of choreography. Let me write that down. I got to get all that down. Most dancers would go, yeah, what song are you doing that to? You know, is that Ghost Riders? Is that Heaven in My Woman's Eyes? Is that What's Forever For? Most dancers are not going to give a rat's behind about that choreography. They're going to enjoy dancing it. They're going to enjoy the music. They're going to enjoy the show and the flow about the package that you're presenting. They're going to enjoy the humor. They're going to enjoy that stupid comment about God created women to dance backwards. That's what's going to stick in their head. You think they're going to say, oh, swing through, centers run, 1/4 tag the line, centers trade. You think that's going to remind them? No, they don't care. We as callers get so hooked up on the intricacies of choreography, coming up with that new wow, the new ooh, ah, that we lose the dancers and why the dancers are dancing in the first place. And for a long time, callers have been calling to callers in caller sessions and talking down to the dancers. And I say that specifically, it's a very North American thing, and probably getting shot for this and open up for a lot of comments. But in North America, as opposed to Australia, Asia, New Zealand, Europe, we've got this tendency of saying our dancers can't because they're too old. Our dancers don't want to because they're this. Oh, our dancers don't want singing call. Oh, they don't want to go back and dance. Oh, we're a plus group. Well, the only reason the dancers are doing that is because we created the circumstances for them to do that. And we were calling for ourselves, not the dancers. And we've been doing that for 30 years now. And it's just slowly deteriorated to the point it's going to be. You know, when a new caller
I don't find that in Northern California. I mean, Northern in North America. I'm in North America. I'm in California.
Yeah. And you know, it's just like the comment I said about in many places in Europe, they call to a seniors group. that's an anomaly. A group specifically for seniors that we actually tone it down a little bit for some of those folks. And those are the folks that are in this group that really can't move fast or can't, and it's brand new to them. But you know what? If you took that seniors group and you took them out in somewhere, most of those seniors groups are going to be dancing at a similar pace to what most of the regular dance groups do. Their material might be a little bit simpler and a little bit easier, but it would be what most mainstream floors would be around the world now. Like a seniors group, but they only dance true hexagons. How many square dance clubs do you know that dance true hexagon? You know, it's this kind of thing. And it says, well, that's true hexagons, but that's a seniors group. So that's a little bit slower. So that's just pretty standard position only. Wow. Yes, Hannah.
There are 3 in California alone.
Yeah. Hannah, you had your hand up.
Yeah, what you talked about before, the dancers will not remember that you did fancy stuff. They will remember if they were laughing and having a good time. But it's funny.
Absolutely.
When I started to call, after 6 weeks, I went to a color school, my very first color school, and it was conducted by Beck. I don't know if you know him. Beck and Wade.
I don't know him, but I know of him.
Okay, Wayne Morvant.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was very frustrated because I wanted to be just as good as all the other guys, but the callers that went to that school were from 2 years and up. And me with my 6 weeks and not getting the secret of the whole thing was frustrating. And I was very shy, terribly shy. So after a while, Beck told me that I have to go out there, and I because every call I called was like a question mark after it. So square through and stuff like that. So Beck told me, you have to go out there and own it. And I said, well, it's very difficult to go out there and own it when I don't know what I'm doing. And then he gave me the advice that I still use. It's still working for me whenever I get nervous someplace. He told me to lie.
Yep.
And that's what I'm still doing. So when I go out on a big scene someplace and I don't know the dancers, I'm lying that I'm confident, but I'm not.
Just to clarify though, that lie is not a lie in I'm going to tell a lie. It's a lie as in I'm going to act like a duck. I'm calm and smooth on the surface, and I'm paddling like crazy underneath.
Yeah. And I often
sounds
think
pretty foul to me.
I think to myself sometimes that if somebody would come into this hall and shoot me right in my heart, I would survive because my heart is down my ankle.
It's callers are their own worst enemies. We are so hard on ourselves. We critique ourselves with so much difficulty. But the only critique we really have to have is having a look at what's coming back to us from the floor. A dead floor is hard to call to. It means you got to pour your heart and soul into it. A live floor will feed a caller, and the dance will only get better from there unless you are a really terrible caller and you bring it down by doing something that's so weird that the dancers just fail. Long patter calls are one of those things that will kill a floor. Excessively long tips are one of those that kill a floor. Excessively repetitive music styles is one of those things that will kill a mood of a floor. Doesn't matter how good you sing Hooked on Elvis and Hallelujah and Desperado and all that. You got similar themes through them, and you got the similar type of ballad songs. That's going to depress the hell out of a floor after a while because it's exactly the same thing over and over. It doesn't have any ebb and flow to it. It's like constant wave just coming in with nothing following, as opposed to a beach. You go to the beach, you got the coming and the going of the waves and the difference, and you can sit and you can enjoy it. You can get into the surf as opposed to running from one wave that just doesn't stop. And that's what the performance is all about. It is you want everybody to have that smiling day at the beach. Some people will come back a little sunburned, some people will come back a little happy, some people will come back a little drunk, whatever. But everybody had an experience. Their experience is their own, but they all shared the beach, which was that platform that gave them the venue and the entertainment to go and have their own experience. Well, square dancing is like that. You are the beach. You're not the person that's getting drunk. You're not the person that's getting sunburned. You're not the person that comes back, looking like an oil slick. You're the venue that they go to make their own enjoyment and share that feeling, that essence, and that presence to have their own good time.
Yeah, you're a one-man orchestra.
Absolutely.
I have been called a son of a beach.
True enough. Okay, so here's something for you to think about. Picture this in your mind. Heads promenade half, lead to the right, veer to the left. Okay, so we've got all the boys on the outside. Okay, 1/4 tag the line. Okay, so we've got girls in the ocean wave, boys are on the outside. Scoot back. We've now got a 3/4 tag the line. All the boys are facing out, all the girls are in the ocean wave. Boys cloverleaf, girls spin the top. Same setup, I've just moved it around. Girls recycle and girls pass through. Everybody star through. I just noticed I'm watching my face on the camera. I'm doing this with my head moving the dancers around. Okay.
But you're not jumping around.
And from there you can promenade with your corner home. So that star through is a corner. Now, when you look at that, that goes, wow. You've got such interesting choreography in that. You've got, wow, what's going on? So I did a heads promenade half, lead right, veer left, 1/4 tag. What's the difference in that between heads square through 4, swing through, boys run, tag the line, cloverleaf, girls square through 3, slide through and promenade?
One of them, I think the dancers can do, the other one they can't.
Yeah. We've got a tag the line cloverleaf. We've got the girls leading. The girls go into the center to make a wave instead of a, swing through, spin the top, etc., and rotating the wave. We just do a square through 3. We still end up with the girls in the middle coming out of the center, facing their corner. 1, 2, 3. Oh, look, our left hand's free. Star through and promenade. Right into the same thing. We've got the same kind of a choreographic flow, the same kind of difficulty level. The only difference in that is we're creating the situations of that stop break. Instead of a tag the line going all the way through, we're just interrupting it. We're creating a 1/4 tag. We're turning it into a 3/4 tag. In other words, tag the line, but when the centers meet, make an ocean wave. Ooh, spin the top. Boys are doing a cloverleaf. Instead of everybody doing a cloverleaf, boys are doing a cloverleaf. Girls are just staying in the middle. Instead of having the girls leading, we're having the boys leading. All of these kinds of things are things that callers look at and go, wow. The reality is the dancers don't care. If your dancers are comfortable with 1/4 tag and you're doing that workshop, if you've done cloverleaf with the boys leading, cloverleaf with the girls leading, the new centers do something, you've got workshop material that you can play with. If you do it with the first one or the second one, swing through, a tag the line, cloverleaf, and the centers do something, you're doing exactly the same thing. You're taking something that the dancers are familiar with and comfortable with, and you're making a reasonable flow that is set to your theme of your choreography that's fixed, that they can succeed at, that I can use in my pattern. I can reflect that in my singing call. And the dancers are going to go, wow, he did that song on Broadway. I really like that. And I guarantee you, they're going to come up there and they're going to say, hey, Scott, Hannah, you know that duet you did? Can you guys do that again? You know that one? I really like the choreography in that. When you did Alabama last time, can you do Alabama again? They remember the choreography. They remember the flow. They remember what it felt like. They have absolutely no idea what they danced 99% of the time, but they'll remember Alabama
In the first sequence, didn't you have the ladies do a recycle in the middle? That wouldn't work too well in California. You lose a lot of dancers.
A ladies recycle? Not generally, because your center lady is going to do what they usually do. That end is going to do the cross fold, and they're going to, oh, what do I do? It's a girl. Boys doing a recycle, girls doing a recycle. That's the only anomaly that is in there, and that's why I have 4 girls in a wave. If I was doing it that I had an oddball recycle, or if I had a boys wave and a girls wave, yes. But a center wave where you've only got the girls working, that's a bit difficult, but it wouldn't really make that much difficult, even in California.
Yeah, it would be difficult. You'd find dancers having problems with it.
Yeah, of course. That said, the focus on all that would be this type of material would have been used in my patter or whatnot beforehand to get them going. For instance, I would have probably done the end girls cross fold and the centers pass through in my patter a couple of times to get them used to that. And then
okay, that would work.
And that's how, I was just looking at the singing call figure. My patter would have reflected the material I'm going to use in my singing call. But what the essence would be, Scott, Hannah, can you guys go and do Alabama again? And when you come off the floor, they're going to go, well, that's not the way, you do it and you go head square through 4, do, side, do, swing through, boys run. Ferris wheel, centers pass through, touch a quarter, scoot back, swing and promenade. Well, it was fun, but that's not the way you did Alabama. That's not Alabama. That's not the way you did it before. They remember the choreography, but they have no idea what the choreography was. They remember
I can't because I don't know Alabama.
I'm just using that as an example. But this is the way dancers think, and this is what callers need to understand is dancers understand and they love the experience. They love the beach. The beach changes every single time you go there. The singing calls, everything else, most of them change every time. Every dance, every patter call you do is going to be different every time because you're going to have different people in the square, even if you do exactly the same choreography. What they remember is that how that performance made them feel and what brought them to relate that experience to that feeling. And that would be the song, What's Forever For, or Alabama, or whatever it is. It's not the choreography. The choreography is for you to sell the product, to give the experience. And that's what you have to make. Some dancers like deep water, some dancers like to swim, some dancers like to touch their toes in the water. Some dancers don't even like to get their feet wet, but they all like to go to the beach. And that's the way you have to approach a square dance.
We have a lot of beaches here.
Chris, you're very quiet in there. Are you still with us? He must have gone for coffee. Now, Chris is one of those callers that is very, very much like this. I've listened to a number of his recordings, and he takes choreography, which is creative and interesting, but simple to dance, that the dancers have maximum success with it, and it flows through. But the memory isn't the choreography. The memory is, wow. And half the time, like a lot of people make a lot of comments about Chris the same way as you, Scott. You have both of you are visually impaired, and a lot of people focus on that until they start dancing to you, and then it's the experience that you get, and they forget all about that. And it's like, it would be so easy. I'm just going to pick on you here for Scott. There's absolutely no insult intended in this, but I go, and here's Scott, and Scott is a visually impaired caller, so he doesn't see the dancers and all that. So he's doing all this and all the work in his head and all that. All I've done there is set Scott up for a failure, because I've told the dancers to focus on what he's doing and where the problems are, as opposed to, and this next step is going to be called by Scott. I know you're going to have fun, Scott. And
I grew up with that. I grew up with little Scotty Byers because I started so young. I started when I was 11 years old, and it was tough.
Yeah, and it's
very tough to
we
be a
tend to do
child
this.
caller. Yeah.
Sorry?
It must be very tough to be a child caller.
But it's
to
not.
talk to older people and to have their respect. I mean, it's very difficult.
It's difficult. It's difficult enough to be a caller,
No, but a young kid calling for older people.
Yeah, well, that's what I say. It's difficult enough to be a caller without adding additional challenges and responsibilities that they don't need, that are actually totally irrelevant to calling.
Yeah.
It would be like me saying, okay, Scott, I'm going to teach you how to call as a caller that can't see. I would be absolutely stupid and moronic to even try, because both Scott and Chris know how to adapt to their world much better than I can. I'm not in their world. I couldn't even compare to that world.
But yet I could teach someone who is blind how to call.
And that's exactly my point. So for me to say all this, because I watch you and I know you were going through the choreography as I'm doing that. Well, how would I say that differently to a blind person? I wouldn't. That blind person already knows, because that blind person is there. How would I say that differently to a young person? I wouldn't, because that young person already knows. How would I say that difference to a child that knows how to dance and is learning how to call, as opposed to somebody that's 60 years old or 40 years old, or is a woman or is a man, or is black or is white or is Japanese or whatever, or speaks a different language? Well, different languages is slightly different. But how would I change that? The reality is I wouldn't. So why do we? You know, if I'm teaching in Germany, I've taught a lot of German clubs, a lot of people couldn't even speak English. I taught in English. I had somebody translate that I trusted to translate what I was saying. A lot of the humor got lost, so I had to adapt how I was speaking. But I never changed how I taught the dance. I never changed how I called the dance. So why do we heap all this additional responsibility and point to all of this additional difficulty that somebody's having, when the actual difficulty is you're calling, you're learning to call. This is hard enough on its own. This person has got to that point by being themselves. That should be, there's the accolade. But quite frankly, when I'm on the floor, I really don't care. Don't take that as negative. I don't care what your troubles are. I don't care what your worries are. I don't care what challenges you've overcome. I care that I'm having a good time. After I've had that good time, I will acknowledge, my God, that guy's a good caller.
So where are you from?
Originally, I'm from Canada. I played soldier for about 25 years. I started dancing and calling in Germany. Then I went back to Canada, called all through the northern states and the eastern states, and I now live in Australia.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I've never left California. I've always been in California.
So it's rather neat, because Mel's actually called in the area that I live in, even though he's living in Australia now. So if I say I've done aqueduct dancing in Penticton, he actually knows what I'm talking about. You know, it's sort of fun.
Or if I say the beer festival at Heidelberg.
But does he know what Golden State Roundup is?
Yes, actually. Never called there.
I have many times, but yeah.
But I have danced on the beer barrel in the Heidelberg Castle. I don't even know if they do that dance anymore. And,
you have to have good balance.
No, it's a big barrel. There's a dance floor on top of it. And then the Frankenstein Castle dance, and oh God.
I've heard of that one.
Yeah. My favorite though was Snoopy 2. I wish they still had that. That was my old club, which was the Schwarzwald Tanzers. But I don't think they're dancing anymore, but I love the Snoopy 2 dance.
I got them to reinstate the dancing around Mr. PG in the summertime. Took me 2 years, but I managed to get it reinstated.
Anyway, like I said, I'm just, if anybody has anything they want to talk about or discuss or throw out some ideas or look at choreography or anything like that.
I would like to recommend 2 Swedish callers to write to you, because they really need some help with their singing.
by all means, it's not a matter of writing, but if they could send me a recording.
Yeah. Would that
Like
be okay?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you so much.
Yeah. I know I used to post on the Facebook pages exercises every month, well, every week, and then we cut it back every month. I've stopped doing that at the moment because Daryl Clendenin, he was in here earlier, he's putting up some exercises, which are basic understanding how the dancers move, understanding where they are, the mirrored aspects of the square. Phenomenal exercise, but for new callers, I highly recommend them because you can set it up. There's, show you where one dancer is in a square, and by understanding the colors and the arrangements, you can actually resolve this square looking at one dancer, where they are, what the pairings are, and everything else. And there are some phenomenally good exercises for new callers there. So, but you've got my email, don't you, Hannah?
I think I do. Yeah, I do, because you send me the behind the mic.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Well, that's Barry that sends that out, not me.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I only help edit and write and format and whatnot. Hang on a second, I'll put it in here. That's my email.
No serial then.
Nej. Bakom den. Jo, det är nog. Ja.
Vad står det? Kan du bokstavera?
Wilkerson.
Yeah, there's no N on that.
No, Wilkerson. Okay.
Wilkerson.
At bigpound.net.au.
Yeah.
Big Pond.
Big Pond, yes.
Yep.
Inget N på Wilkerson.
Yeah, but I'm like I said, I'm more than happy to watch, listen, offer some constructive criticism and critique.
Well, the problem with these two guys is that not only do they have troubles with hitting the right tones, but they also have troubles to keep the rhythm of the tune. And I'm not able to help them. I tried, but
Yeah.
it's really
Well,
difficult.
there's a lot of people that fight the music, and you should never fight the music. And the secret to that is when you're looking at a singing call, first off, don't call to it. If you're one of those people that has trouble to actually follow the music, sing to the music, follow the tune, you don't want to do that. What you want to do is you want to say, right, there's an opener, there might be a middle break line, there might be a tag line. So that's all you do, I've been looking at people and how they change with the times.
My advice would be have them go into La La Land. Basically drop all the words and just do the whole thing la 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 la.
I thought about that, and I found that La La Land, which is something that was explained, is the same. It's very similar to humming. That's why you should never hum a tune or la la a tune, because your vocal range is different humming or just doing la 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 la. La 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 is much closer, but you can get a much greater range because you've got a constant flexibility and a constant expression on the vocal cords. All you're doing is varying the pitch and tone.
Yeah, but it teaches them the melody
of
the song so that they can do it. So it really does help. Just humming doesn't, because it comes from a different spot.
Oh,
But
absolutely.
doing
Well, where
la,
I was going at was take the song that I've got, and that's why I used that one, because I was going through it, and then I've got a middle line, and then at the end I've just got the tag line. I have to leave everything blank, and then when I get to the figure, I'm going right. Head square through, do sa do, swing through, boys run, Ferris wheel, pass through, right and left through, veer left, Ferris wheel, pass through, swing corner, and da, 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 da. And
that helps with the timing and the
Yep.
choreography, but it doesn't help with the melody.
It's a
And that's the
process,
problem
Scott.
that
It's a
I'm hearing
process.
that they're having.
It's a process that I'm going through. So I've done the music only with the melody line. Now I'm doing the choreography, and I'm keeping them very, very separate. Then I put them together. Then I follow it through. Then I would follow these melody lines, and I'd actually start dissecting them. Where am I? What's the main instrumental? Once you can identify the main instrument, you can find the primary melody line. Then you look at all the other instruments and you try and track one instrument. And you'll find in most cases, when you have a piece of music, your instrumentation, you may have 4, sometimes you'll have 7, but generally you'll have 4 different instrumentals, or usually 2 different instrumentals that will follow each phrase, and it'll change what's going to be really the lead instrument on the melody line. And that's to give you a flow. So whereas you may have something that might be guided by a flute, as an example for your main instrumental, your rhythm might be guitar supporting it. The next one, it might be, I don't know, a saxophone supporting. The next one, it might be something else supporting it. Those rhythm lines that are giving the harmony and that body to the melody line are really what you want to identify. And
You talked about wagon wheel before. It was a label where the instruments, or Don talked about it. The instruments did a lot of melody, so they played what the voice was supposed to do. So wouldn't that be a good start for people that have difficulties?
Wagon wheel records.
No, I'm not talking
No,
only about.
I understand, but what I'm talking about specifically, when Don was saying that wagon wheel, it's an old production label, but they were innovative in that they would actually start playing with different types of instrumentation, as opposed to you've got your rhythm guitar, you've got your lead guitar, you've got your drums, and that's your square dance music, and it's very countrified. They would go out and
Ken Bauer produced that.
Yeah,
So
they started putting the different things, the saxophones, the oboes, the clarinets, and everything else in there, and changing what the lead instrumental was, but they'd still keep the melody line, but with a different instrument. And it's very easy, if you hear somebody playing a flute and you hear somebody playing an oboe, they cannot play the same notes, but they can play the same melody line, but the rhythms dance around it. Wagon wheel was one of the big innovators of that earlier on. A lot of music producers now do very, very similar things. But when you're analyzing music, it's important that you find out what you want to do with the song. And this is when, what I was talking about, there's a lot of people that don't get square dance music. And the reason they don't get it is they listen to their favorite song and they go, wow. And they go to a karaoke bar and they sing their favorite song at a karaoke bar. Wow. And then they go and they get that piece of square dance music and they go, I don't get it. Because their favorite karaoke song might be at a 6/8 time. It might be at a 5/4 time, which actually does exist.
Beatles.
Or you might have a 3/4 or a 4/4 or a 6/8 or even an 8/8 type time. But then they're also in usually 48 beat phrases or a 48/96, 48/48/96 for most popular music in a lot of these days. Whereas square dancing is 2/4 or 4/4 generally, and it's 64 beats.
It can be 6/8.
It can be, but it's generally not. 6/8 is a fast 3/4, and it's not really conducive to good. That's got to be one hell of a piece of music to do that. But when you look at it, they'll look at it and they're thinking karaoke, and this is where a lot of callers, especially European callers that I've found, have trouble with adaptive square dance music, is because they can identify with the music or they can identify with the called side of the music, and they cannot recreate it because they're not actually looking at the music. They're trying to recreate what that other person is doing rather than finding themselves doing it. A good example would be, if you want to hire Scott to call a square dance for you, and I do that record exactly the same and I imitate Scott, you know what? Hire Scott, because that's who you pay. You don't want to have Mel imitating Scott. You want to have Scott. So hire Scott. If you want to have Mel, you want to have Mel calling as Mel.
Mel wouldn't want to imitate me.
You know, it's just those kinds of things. If you go back in some of the Color Lab tapes, some of the convention tapes, one of the greatest things about this was said by Wade Driver. Now, Wade put out Hooked on Elvis, which is a phenomenal record. I love the record. But going back, he told a story about going to this one dance, and there was a caller there who was, I guess in most cases, the local association called him the embarrassment, if you will. There's always that one caller that's the embarrassment. He doesn't really call, doesn't do anything, but gets up there and shows up, and he'll do the same thing, and he tries his best and entertains. And Wade Driver is there as the guest caller, and they're up there and some festival, and this caller gets up, and here's Wade Driver, and what do you got? Do 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 do, baby let me be, you know, Wade Driver's song, Hooked on Elvis. And he gets up there and he puts it down, and all the other callers are, oh my God. And it's going, baby, let me be your loving teddy bear. Put that chain on my neck. Let me be anywhere. Let me be your teddy bear. And it was absolutely horrid. And all these callers are going, oh my God. And Wade was just sitting back, and he said, wow. They looked at the dancers on the floor. Even though it was such a bad version of the song, they were laughing, they were having a good time. Everybody else was worried about how Wade would feel his song was being presented. He walked up to the guy and says, you know what? I may never do the song again because there's no way I can beat that. That was fantastic. And it's true. It's just, he gave such a unique delivery. It was absolutely fantastic. Whether or not it was good or bad, the dancers enjoyed it. They all know it's Wade's song. They've all heard it done.
No.
They all know Wade's there. And the fact that this guy had the cojones to go up on stage and do that and have fun with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't worried about that. And it's one of the things I used to do at my caller school. I take every caller up on stage.
But it takes an intelligent.
Sorry, you froze, Hannah.
It takes an intelligent.
You froze there for a second.
Oh, sorry. I said we have a bad connection. Sorry about that. It takes an intelligent person to recognize somebody.
Yeah, well, Wade is that.
I know.
The caller that was doing it, you know, whether it was intentional, I don't think it was, given the way he told this story. I wasn't there, so I'm only relaying this third hand. But what he said was that delivery and that performance got the floor going. They loved it. You know, it wasn't a normal crowd, but all the callers were judging this person. They weren't judging what was actually happening on the floor. They just didn't want, oh, this great caller to be embarrassed. This great caller wasn't embarrassed. And from that, I learned that, you know, one of the things that was done to me and one of the things I do to callers, the first thing I want you to do is get up there and I want you to make an ass of yourself. It doesn't have to be calling square dancing. It doesn't, you know, get up there. I want you to tell a joke, tell a story, do something absolutely stupidly ridiculous to make the floor laugh. Because if you're not willing to get up on the stage and look silly and make a fool of yourself, quit. You're in the wrong business, because I can guarantee you, no matter how long you call, you're going to be making an ass of yourself at one time or another during that. And you've got to be able to pull that off without losing your cool.
We stick our feet in our mouths all the time, and that's without a microphone. So, you know, with a microphone, it makes it worse.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
You have to be the show, and it's all about the show.
Well,
I mean,
one of the times I had just figured out that you can do 2 figures in a singing call, right? So I had all these extra notes so that I wouldn't get mixed up between and do them in like 3 of one and 1 of the other. Yeah. And somebody went and put it was the summertime, and somebody decided to be helpful and put a fan out, and my lyrics and they fell on the floor, and here I am calling and I'm trying to follow. And people remember that part. You know, I kept calling. I finished it and I did it in the right order, but you know, it was
that is actually one of the biggest advantages of using
Yeah.
modules, learning a modular technique, because you can actually incorporate that into your show. Well, I've got my dance all prepared. Drop ends all over, and as long as they all land face up and they're big enough that you can write, you can go, oh damn. I guess I'm just gonna have to make this. You know, you're not making it up. You're glancing at it down on the floor because it's in great big letters. But all the dancers out there, they've seen you drop your script and you go, oh well, I guess I got to make this up as I go now. And of course, it's not made up.
Well,
it's
actually,
all part of the show.
Actually, yeah, it was good that I memorized a couple of things because I was at a jamboree and I was not supposed to be on the schedule anymore. I was finished. My equipment was gone. And somebody wanted me to call and I ended up using somebody else's stuff.
That happens in California a lot. Your equipment is gone.
Yeah, well, it was on the road to color school actually in somebody's van. So I ended up calling on 20 squares and I'm halfway in the figure and I realized somebody's adjusted it and I'm going, oh shoot. And I guess I had enough adrenaline in me that I remembered what I was supposed to do. And I had totally faked it and I was hoping, hopefully I can do this on the fly. But I thought, oh, I need to get more of these singing calls memorized. But I'm always afraid because I'm nervous and I'm jittery that I will forget which figure I'm on and, start the middle too soon. So now I've started with the mic going, okay, this is figure 1, this is figure 2, this is the middle, this is figure 3, and this is figure 4, so that I can keep count because I was getting so nervous about where I was that it was gonna happen one of these days, right? When I finally figured out this is how I can memorize where I'm in the singing call, it was like, oh, this is so much better. It's a small thing, but it really helped me feel calmer.
Yeah, I'm just going back to what Don was asking earlier in his presentation. I am still a strong proponent of, I will try never to use more than 2 figures in a singing call. And if I'm doing an extended application, I'll use 1 figure in a singing call. I'll just repeat the same figure 4 times. My variety and everything else, I'll try and get in my patter. But in the singing call, I want that success. I want it to mirror the patter. I want the successful feeling of the patter. So like, for instance, if I'm using a Dixie style or something like that, I'll have a standard Dixie style. If I'm doing I may use 2 figures with a Dixie style to an ocean wave in it. If I'm doing a reverse Dixie style, I'll have 1, I may use 2 or 3 types of versions of that in my patter call, but I'll have 1 version of that in my singing call so that the dancers feel that they've got that. Okay, we had a little bit of trouble. That was hard work. Oh, we got through it. Yeah, we did the reverse Dixie style. They know what the theme is. If you're calling, this is one of the things I used to ask, and it was asked me, so I've carried it on because I've adapted that in my teaching. If I'm doing a caller school and I say to Yolanda, I want you to prepare a tip with a theme and a focus. I don't want to know what it is. Get up there and do that patter and do your singing call. I should be able to tell you what your focus movement was. I should be able to extrapolate from what it is as a caller, not so much as a dancer, but as a caller, I should know what it was. So if I'm doing Dixie style, I might have something like heads past the ocean, extend, swing through, spin the top, right and left through. There's my Dixie style to an ocean wave. Boys trade, all 8 circulate. There's the left hand coming out, Hellman left and promenade. Pretty standard, straightforward choreography. If they got it, great. If it's a little struggle, great. But if I'm doing something like you used right and left grand, recycle, an oddball recycle, heads square through, heads star through, pass through, touch a quarter, split circulate, reverse flutter wheel. Dixie style to an ocean wave, there's my left hand wave. Girls circulate, boys trade, there's my AC-deucing there. Left swing through, suddenly I've got, oh, wait a minute, recycle, pass through, trade by, everything's half sashayed, right and left grand. That's going to be, no, that's it. There would be no variation on that whatsoever. That would have been reflected in the patter call. that is what would be done in the singing call. I wouldn't have done that exact figure in the singing call, but they would have done a left-handed recycle with the boys leading. They would have done a pass through and a trade by from a half sachet position in the patter call so that they would have success. The Dixie style itself is standard. The rest of it is the anomaly. I would only use the one figure. And they'd still have the success at the Dixie style, but I'd have to force the success of the variations in choreography. That's the biggest. Sorry,
I'm
go
going to
ahead.
go back and say that I always put the amount of figures in that I need depending upon what my floor is. If my floor level is really, really good, then I might give 3 different figures. Or if they're advanced dancers, I might give 4 different ones. Or C1, I might do, I might do 4 different figures for them. But it depends on the level of the dancers and how good they are. I'm got to be observant and watch how good my dancers can be.
Absolutely. Do you do singing calls at your challenge and your C1 through C4?
I do.
Good. That's where you have a big difference. It was really, really weird the first time. Some people said, oh, we don't do singing calls at challenge. And I asked why not. And they said, well, the dancers don't want it. Well, I started watching the choreography, and it was written choreography. It was all 64 beat phrases, usually ending with an at home, but the tail end of that or the beginning of that was filler. And it was all singing call choreography ending with either in the corner box or an Alaman left or an at home, whatever. And I'm going, well, they're doing singing calls, but they're just doing pattern music. It's like a brand new caller using his singing call figure over and over and over again as the patter figure. And
What we've done to talk to those people about it is we've done all singing call dances C1.
Yeah.
So we do a C1 dance, all singing calls, and I bring someone in like, I don't know, I can't think of his name, but a challenge caller. We bring him in and we do all singing calls C1, and not a problem.
Yep. And that was the other aspect of it. At basic, mainstream, plus, and A1 I might do variations on if I have an easy night or I'm teaching a movement or I've got a sequence of movement, I may have, I don't know, let's say we're looking at chain reaction or something like that. The first time I use it, I may use one way. The second time I might use it 2 ways. The third time I might have chain reaction. If that's my big focus movement of the night, I may have 4 different figures, but I will never have more than 2 figures at basic, mainstream, and plus. And at challenge, well, challenge, the rules are all different there anyway, because anything pretty much goes. I was told for challenge callers, it doesn't really matter. You don't have to be a caller because you can just make anything up if you want it and call it something new anyway. But I don't dance it and I don't call it, so I can't take how much of that's true.
They usually read is what usually happens. They don't actually sing, they read. So
yeah.
I was asked why I don't call A2. I said, because I have no interest in it. I said, what? I said, yeah. I only started calling A1 because the methodology of most large dances and festivals was they would hire 3 callers, and you had mainstream, plus, and advanced. Those were the 3 halls, and you rotated through the halls. And if you couldn't call those levels, well, you never got hired to call. So that's why I learned to call advanced. But as I said, if I had my druthers, I probably never would have left mainstream. I love mainstream. I love calling mainstream. I actually prefer mainstream to plus. Most callers prefer plus to mainstream because it's easier. It's more movements to give you variety instead of using the material you have.
no, it's harder to call mainstream than it is plus, trust me.
That's what I just said. Most callers prefer plus because it's easier. Because it's just more movements from standard position, gives you more variety as opposed to using the material at basic and mainstream to give innovation and variety.
We have dances on basic 34 in Sweden. A couple of hours dancing only basic 34 or basic 35.
Well, that's one of the things I loved about Europe and calling is the annual freshman's frolic or the spring fling or what have you, where all of the callers get together. And I believe you guys do something similar. I can't remember what it's called though, but all the callers talk about where their dancers are. That's the level. You know, if we've got 28 movements and the lowest level is the first 28 movements, that's the level of the
I
dance.
think it's the student. That's the student jamboree in Germany you're talking
Yeah,
about.
the student jamboree in Germany does the same thing.
Yeah.
And that's the way it should be.
Yep.
You know, the lowest common denominator is what you call.
And it's really, really great when you see a hall full of dancers, and it's only in Europe that I've seen this, but you've got an entire hall full of dancers and you've got brand new dancers right up through the challenge dancers, and they're all in the same hall. And the caller gives a program that is good and innovative and fun to dance for everybody. It's not just heads promenade half, down the middle, circle halfway, back up, sides promenade half, down the middle, circle halfway, back up, join hands, circle left, element left, do, men star left, blah, 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 pass your partner, swing the right hand lady, promenade, there's your singing call figure. And you get that. Now, you get some really innovative and some interesting choreography.
Yeah.
With what they have. They work at it.
We have a festival in California. It's actually in Sacramento, where the Saturday that we have for the new dancers is 1 through 28 basics. And then the rest of the time, that's all you call in that call with the new dancers is 1 through 28 basics. So, you know, the callers coming in, it's really interesting seeing some of the callers coming in, and some of them, when you tell them that they have to call 1 through 28, they kind of look at you and they kind of swallow and go, what?
Yeah, it happens.
But you know, you'll get some really, really great material, like a good idea. Who was it? Andy Shore. Don had mentioned his book. Now, if you're talking a basic, and I mean a basic level program, and you'd have to follow this, or we could put it up on Taminations if you want. But if you do a heads promenade half, lead to the right, square through 3, trade by, swing through, boys run, bend the line, left touch a quarter, circulate, girls run, swing and promenade. Okay, most people would call that hard dancing, or heads right and left through, flutter wheel and back away, have the others lead to the right, touch a quarter, girls run, and follow that with a reverse flutter wheel with a sweep a quarter more, ending with a half sachet. So you've got that. That's the boys in front going on the half sachet. That's very easy, low-level basic. And we're within our first few movements of the basic program. That's what you could actually expect to be dancing at a lot of these European festivals with all the dancers. But if you called that at a average plus level club, some of the clubs here, some of the ones in Canada, some of the ones in, as you say, Scott, in California, you know, your plus club would be going, oh, we don't dance that. We can't dance that. We don't want to dance that. We want plus because we can dance it.
Well, my dancers don't, but that's different than most other groups.
I know, and I hear that all the time, especially coming from the States. There was a few calls that said, oh, well, you need to have a walkthrough for this, or half sashayed lines up to the middle and back, centers right and left through. Oh no, you have to do a walkthrough workshop on that. What? It's not that the movements are difficult. It's that the choreography is not used, it's not presented well, or it's not kept into the dancer's mind, or callers have lost that the first movement on the plus program is still circle left. They just lost that, and so they don't use it, and they fall into we don't call that. Why? Because nobody's written a singing call figure for it for a record or something.
Challenge dancers will think it's crazy.
Mm.
No, literally, they'll say it's crazy because there's a concept at C1 called crazy.
Mm.
Everybody does it, then the centers do it, then everybody does it, then the centers do it. That's crazy.
I can understand that. You'd have
A
to have
full-
a really decent setup of choreography for it, I can imagine.
A full crazy right and left through is fun.
But then again, I would never call that because I still don't I don't care what the level is, a right and left through with half sashayed couples or boys or girls. I don't like it. I never did like it.
It's
What do
not
you-
like you can't do it because technically you can do it even at plus, and they
Yeah.
should be successful at it.
Oh, as one of my ex-wives used to say, don't shoot on me. Favorite expression. But yeah, no, I agree. When it says there's a lot of material in the definitions that says it basic and mainstream only, or which like right and left through is one of those. Basic and mainstream only. It's restricted to man on the left, lady on the right. Well, if we're going to restrict it there, why don't we restrict it everywhere? If we want to change that call, why don't we change that and make a call out of it instead of saying, well, yeah, but at this level you can do it differently. In my opinion, that's what led to a lot of the problems at basic and mainstream is callers that start by dancing advanced and challenge come down and they start learning to call basic and mainstream. They bring their choreography with them rather than learn the choreography that they need to learn fresh from caller's eyes as opposed to dancer's eyes. But
Sometimes that works. Sometimes you can do it. You can get away with it at, if I were in San Jose area, I could get away with that pretty easily because most of those people do dance advanced. But I, don't even think about it when I'm calling to my groups because they'll do anything.
Yeah. I mean, how often have you heard at a basic level dance, or I'm sorry, mainstream level dance, slide through left, swing through left, turn through to the outside too, as opposed to square chain through?
About twice or three times.
Yeah. But as a caller, you recognize it, don't you?
Yep.
Yep.
And I see this all the time. If you want to do something like that, I don't have a problem doing something like that, but set it up for success. Slide through to a left do-si-do or pass through face in, do a do-si-do or do a left do-si-do to a left hand wave or left touch or something.
Actually, I would start with square through, but on the second hand, do this.
Yeah.
Square through, but on the third hand, do this.
Yeah.
And then I'll go back and redo what you're talking about.
Yeah. And it's that kind of stuff. But callers that bring this choreography down, they just find the alternative explanation and just call it cold with no warm up and no prelude to success for the dancers. And it is.
They don't last very long.
Yeah. Oh, unfortunately, a lot of them last too long. But and they go back to I can't remember who was saying it, but one of those callers that just refuse to get any better. Was that you, Scott? Yeah.
That was me. I had the student that refused to get any better, no matter what you told him to do.
I saw you writing everything down there furiously, Hannah. You weren't writing that choreography down, were you?
No, I'm just playing with my checkers.
Ah,
Sorry.
okay. No, that's fine.
They would throw me in jail if I played with my dolls all the time.
We always do it, though. It's one of the things I actually enjoyed most. My favorite was a dance in Heidelberg. There was a chess tournament, a big, I don't know if it was a national or an international chess tournament, but there's also a square dance callers group that got together. And for somehow they all ended up in the same restaurant. And you know what it's like with callers get together. They get the salt and pepper shakers and everything on the table and they're moving them around. chess players are exactly the same. And it was hilarious watching them go back, people walking and looking at tables and looking at setups and trying to figure out what choreography was going on when two whole different things are going on at the same time.
That's funny.
I've always thought that would be a great skit. You get John Sobolski up there playing square dance chess with someone like, I don't know who. He was the chairman of Color Lab for a while. Barry Clasper.
Mhm.
You have the two of them sitting in the middle of the stage, and they're playing chess with square dance dolls.
Yeah. Well, the sun's still not up here. It's just going on 5:30 in the morning. Did anybody have anything specific they wanted to talk about? Or any questions?
No,
No?
not me.
I was just going to ask if you or Scott had any ideas for like singing calls with, like, I'm trying to talk more like patter talk, to make variations, to make it easier to switch over from singing to talking. I mean, I can do it, but I have to do a lot of practicing to get it to switch.
The big thing is call your calls, sing your songs. Don't sing your calls.
Yeah, so I'm singing it when they're weaving and we're doing a side space grand square. And then
No. You still call the calls, sing the song, call the calls. There's nothing worse,
he's right,
in my opinion, than side space grand.
No. So I'm saying side space grand square, but then once they're go, then I can.
Yeah. So where's the trouble you're having? Is the transition from?
Well, I started in the beginning. I didn't know better, so when the lyrics came with the singing call, I sang the whole thing. Right? I was in choir. That's what I did. So now it's like I'm trying to transition to talking the calls, but singing the fluff, right? So
why?
Because some people say that if you just sing it, then there's not enough variation in it.
No, it's not a matter of the variation. It's a matter of you've got 3 sets of timing that you have to be very, very conscious of. One is the lead time, the delivery time, and the execution time. And you have to be conscious of all 3 of those. And if you use exactly the same modulation, the same flow, and trying to match the melody line in the delivery of your singing call, you're not going to be able to meet those timing, all 3 of those. You might get 2, but chances are you're not going to get all 3. The lead time is how much time you need to give the dancers to adapt. So if you've got a movement like square through, you need to give them that 2 beats of music, that 1 beat where you finish the call, the 2nd beat to think about it, the 3rd beat to start going. So you're always 2 beats ahead, just as an example. You've also got your delivery time, which if you've got to be 2 beats ahead and square through takes 2 beats to say, you've got to be aware that you have to be 4 beats ahead to start your heads square through to get that. So there's 2 beats of lead time. And then you've got your execution time, which is the 10 beats that the dancers have to take. Now you want to finish that with a swing through. You've got, and this is the way you as a caller have to think. I've got 2 beats of lead time or command time, 2 beats of lead time, 10 beats of dance time. I'm thinking swing through is going to be my next call. Swing through is 2 beats to say. I need to get that 2 beats ahead. So I have to deliver that on the 8th beat, which means on the 6th beat, I have to start saying swing through finishes on the 8th beat, 2, bang. On the 10th beat of that square through, they're in the ocean wave, they're into the swing through for the execution of that movement. And that's the way you have to think. When you're singing and you're following the melody line, that rhythm and that flow is like this. The command and the delivery time doesn't work the same as the command time and the execution time. If you're going to be singing, doesn't work the same as the command and the execution time if you're going to be calling. And that's why your calling has to be 1 set of variables and your singing has to be a 2nd set of variables. And then what you've got to do is find that parity between the 2.
Yeah, basically he he made it the explanation bigger than it should be. But the reason is, if you're going to sing, sing. If you're going to talk, talk. If you want to do a singing call that has talking in it, try Devil Went Down to Georgia. That has a lot of talking in it. If you're going to sing, sing.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah, I may have
Performance.
misunderstood the question there. As I was taking you're having trouble transitioning from the singing phase to the calling phase and back to the singing phase.
Just totally. It was much easier in the beginning just to call, right?
Yeah.
But to sing. But as I've got some dancers in my club that have hearing impairments and wear the appropriate equipment, I've had to take out the extra words, so there's less comprehension that's required. Yeah. So I find if I talk them through the figures, that they can hear it better than if I'm just singing it.
Yeah.
No.
It doesn't work that way, because there's a very, very distinct difference in the auditory capabilities of people to process a transition between somebody that's making a deliberate change and somebody that's doing a flow. Because if I go la 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 la, or if I go la 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 square through, go 4, I can keep those same tones, but you can hear that difference. Now, following that, there's a transition between what you're actually doing, keeping that dance, which the music is going to carry, but having those commands, you've got to be able to significantly identify the difference between them. If you remember, Dawn was talking about your basic figures, your everybody does these figures. 2 of the ones that are like that is heads promenade half as an opener or heads square through. Both of those, one of the reasons they're so popular is because they lend to being sung. But there's very, very little that follows that after the heads square through or the heads promenade half. In the song What's Forever For You, heads promenade and go halfway. That's sung. It fits in, but the command time and the delivery time is still there. But when that's followed, walk in and square through, get 4 now. It's walk in and that's filler. Square through, get 4 now. Square through is 2 beats. It's the delivery. The rest is all filler. If you want to learn to deliver that, get rid of all of that filler.
Yeah.
Find that initially. One of the things that helped callers, I'm just posting this here. So find something that you have to force yourself to get away from the actual song. That's just a simple singing call figure, but it's very hard to sing heads lead to the right, veer to the left, couples circulate.
Yeah, it's a tongue twister.
Very hard to do that. Okay, it's also hard to fit that into the metering of the song, and yet it dances so bloody well.
Yeah.
So when you look at something like that, you can start practicing, and it's just to force yourself to get away from, like if I've got heads square through and get 4 now, or heads promenade and go halfway, whatever I want to start with, I can't go heads lead to the right and veer left. It just doesn't work. After heads lead to the right, veer to the left, couples circulate, bend your line. Then I can go pass through and then courtesy turn with that girl, slide through, square through, get 3 now. I can go back and forth between them.
Okay.
Where they fit the metering of the song, because that singing part gives me enough lead time to get the command, the thought, the execution to fit in with the music. As Scott was saying, Devil Went Down to Georgia is a classic example of this, because it's a talking song where there's very little transition between your talking and your calling. The emphasis has to be on the words you use and how you actually deliver those words to fit into the metering of the song. And it is an excellent example of exactly what's happening.
Well, Hannah was talking about pitch and stuff for ladies. And so one way I'm trying to get around it is by talking certain lines instead of singing them, you know, kind of. But
what I do, I'm trying to do a harmony on the tones that I cannot do.
Yeah, that's another aspect. There's
Harmony
a lot of
also
songs.
always works, but if you can't find the melody line, find the harmony line. But for the most part, if you're going to sing the song, sing the song.
Well, I was doing the whole song before, and there's two different sides on that particular issue. And so I know that if I'm calling for one group, they like it if I just sing the whole thing. But there's another group and they would prefer to have a combination. So it's like, okay, well, I guess I've got something to learn.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, what you're doing is you're not presenting yourself then. You're adapting yourself to them. You need to find who you are as a caller and develop what's going to be the most successful. And as I said, the most successful for most of them is when dancers can understand what you want them to do, when you want them to do it, and give them the time to actually achieve that. How you deliver that is part of your performance, and that's a whole different set of topics. But as Scott was saying, you want to call your calls, you want to sing your song. There is a difference between the two. Sometimes the difference is going to be like that. Sometimes it's going to be like that. You're the only one that can find that for yourself. But like I said, that's why I posted that figure. And there's a number of them. You can use anything that really, anything that you really want to have as far as a singing call goes that has any kind of variety. If you want, I don't know, wheel and deal or something in your singing call. You can start with a flow movement that's got a big thing like a square through or a lady's chain. One of the things that really breaks up a lot of things is a half square through or a square through two and a right and left through. A good way of setting up that corner box if you want to do it. So let's say I wanted to use spin the top. I could do heads square through two and a right and left through. Pass through, trade by, do, side, do, swing through, spin the top, slide through. There's my corner box. And I can play with that just with any kind of little tagline, but it stops me from giving that heads square through opening or that heads promenade halfway square through four opening that tends to get me. I force myself to find an equivalent to get to where I want to be that I can't sing. I have to find a way to make the delivery. And that takes a lot of practice. That's something you definitely want to practice at home. It's not something you want to practice in front of the dancers until you're really, 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 really comfortable with it.
No. I practice my singing stuff before it gets behind the mic.
Are you saying you don't want to practice your singing?
Oh, I do actually. I do. I took some time off, so I've got a new voice. I took 30 years off.
How do you have a new voice by taking 30 years off?
I don't know. I was high soprano, like really high soprano. I was doing solo work. And then when my husband ended up with medical issues and we couldn't do certain things and I transitioned to other stuff, I just stopped music altogether because I couldn't do it with him. And in the 80s and stuff, you did things as couples, right? And I just let it go. And I decided after he passed away to go back to some of this. And I was actually in a group and singing along, and all of a sudden I heard this voice and I sort of looked over my shoulder trying to figure out who it was, and it was my voice. And I came back as sort of like an alto-ish.
I was just going to say, after 30 years, you probably dropped down to a semitone alto from a high soprano.
Yeah. Yeah, and it feels really weird, and
but it's good for you. A woman should use her chest voice to call. It's easier for the men to hear.
Yes, actually, that's what the guys are saying. That they, especially the ones that are hearing impaired, they say they really like the level that I call at because it's easy to hear. But I still, in my head, part of me is still that high soprano. So I want to go higher up, but I need to stay within.
You want to know why that happens, Yolanda?
Men can't hear those high notes.
It's got nothing to do with it. It has to do with getting old. My body knows that it's no longer 20. My brain won't accept it, but my body knows it's no longer 20.
I got to tell you this story. Deborah Carol Jones and I were doing a dance in San Diego together. And we got out there on stage, and all of a sudden, Deborah gets out there and she starts to sing high notes. And so I start lip syncing what she was singing. So it looked hysterical because here I am, a guy doing a lip sync to Deborah doing the woman's part of a song. And we switched halfway through. So then I started doing this operatic voice, you know, oh, type of thing. And Deborah was lip syncing me. And it was hysterical. We were out in San Diego and it was just amazing.
Yeah.
I got to remember that when I'm doing duets. That's going to be fun. Yeah. But it feels, I don't know, it's completely, I guess it's like switching musical instruments, right? So
kind of.
Yeah, kind of, sort of, yeah. So it's like starting all over again, and my range isn't as large. I used to have a fairly a large range, and so it's like as I'm learning. Well, those muscles have to get used to getting stretched out. So
that's correct.
So my range is much more limited than it used to be. So
you can get it back by just vocal exercises.
Okay. Yes, and we had a presentation on that, and I'm planning to do it. Every time I want to go into calling exercises, and I do a little bit, my things happen outside my house that I have to deal with, and so I'm juggling time. So this week I ended up having to cut up 2 truckloads of branches that came down with the first snowfall. So there went my schedule, right? So, but yes, that's when I saw that presentation on vocal exercises, I thought, okay, I need to start working on that.
Yep, that's true.
Yeah, but before it was just so easy. I had this large range, and now I'm stuck with the smaller.
Everybody has that problem, and usually we start calling, you know, the normal vocal range of a caller is somewhere in the middle. There's like 4 or 5 notes that a caller has normally, 4 or 5 notes. And in order to increase your range, you have to do exercises that'll increase your range to get your range higher or lower as you go. I find that most part, if I do exercises with certain callers, I can increase their range so that when they sing, they never get flat or they never get sharp. You know, we increase the center. Hard to do that and also unmute myself at the same time. But the ranges, normally if you're flat or you're sharp, it has to do with your range. If you're in the middle of your range, you're never going to be sharp, you're never going to be flat, you're going to be right exactly where you need to be. So if you've lost your low notes, you need to exercise your low end. Get your range back. I've got a 4.5 octave range. So I can hit really, really high notes, and I can hit pretty low notes as well.
That's what I used to be, right? So it's just different, and the fact that I have to work at it is different because it came so easy before.
Yeah. Everything always comes easy to younger people.
That's so true.
It doesn't really, but we're too dense when we're young to admit it.
When I clogged, I used to do a handspring in the middle of my routine, clogging. I don't do that anymore. I'm too old.
I just posted another figure there for you, Lana. There's 2 that I put up there. But if you're looking at taking some music, just take some of your favorite ones or the ones that you do your singing on rather than your calling, and just substitute those figures. They should work. And but I can guarantee you're not going to be able to sing those.
Just a minute.
So when does the next session start?
Mine starts at 9. I've got Guido talking about reverse engineering with Guido Haas. So that's in, what is it, 6 o'clock? That's in 3 hours.
Okay, 3 hours.
Wow, don't you need to rest a little bit before you do your next session?
I'm not presenting.
Oh, who is?
Guido Haas.
Oh, Guido Haas from Germany.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's going to be talking a bit on reverse engineering, or basically getting to where you want to be and then finding out how to get there. So starting at the back and working towards the front.
Okay.
It's a topic that is coming up. It was something that created a rather in-depth discussion last time. And it's come up a few times in this session. So Guido was talking about it. So I sort of put him on the spot and said, well, Guido, looks like you've got a presentation to make. He went, what? Yep.
Good catch.
And I booked him in for today, and so we'll see what he
and
says.
he didn't say no.
I didn't really give him an option, I don't think. It's the same with Mike Sikorsky. You know, he was tuned in here, and it says, I really didn't give him an option. You know, he mentioned his activator system, and a few people asked. I said, well, Mike, it looks like you got a presentation to give.
Yes.
Works for me.
I've watched you do this, and it's amazing how these presenters just can't get out of it.
Well, like I said,
The only way you can get out of it is not to talk.
Well, no, even that doesn't work. But like I said, I like to get presenters from far and far afield. I've had some from Canada, some from the States, and a few from Australia, a number from Europe. And I like to get that because there's so many different viewpoints. There's what some people have called a stagnation in calling. And it's not a stagnation because of ability, it's a stagnation because of silence. The Caller Lab executive do a wonderful job, but they're very US centric. And the US is a flow into what is, what isn't. And because the voices, and it's not because they don't know, it's because the voices that speak are the voices that are there. When I was in Europe and while I'm here in Australia, I went to these dances, and it was, wow, 200 callers in the room and they're all talking. And Europe was absolutely famous for this in the 80s. We had 237 callers at this callers meeting. And I said, wow, this is really popular over here. 17 out of 237 were Caller Lab members. Of those 17, 14 were Americans over there calling because they were in the military.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Europe follows Caller Lab. If they put out, this is the teaching order, Europe follows the teaching order because that's what it says. Everybody's here, so we're going to do this. If they say this is what we're going to do, and they put the definitions out, this is what we're going to follow. Japan does the same thing. Australia, few variations, but generally the same thing. But in the States, they don't. But the States has the mass volume. Out of 1,000 members, you've got 950 members are US. Well, if the vast majority are there and there's a voice, that's the voice that's going to be listened to. But the voice of the rest of the world isn't being heard, which is one of the reasons why I started the ASH series, because it's more international. The main reason was it's at a more sensible hour for me in Australia, but I still get up at 2 o'clock in the morning. And it's a venue where callers from all over the world can tune in and say, this is what's going on in our area. This is what's going on in our area. Like Scott, that's why I so much appreciate when you say, well, my dancers don't do it, but in California, you couldn't call a half sachet recycle unless you did it in your pattern. Absolutely. You shouldn't be doing that anywhere unless you've done it.
Not in an open dance, though.
Yeah.
You can't do it in an open dance, but I can do it at my club.
Yeah.
I
Even
can't
at
do
an
it at an
open
open
dance.
dance.
Yeah, but even at an open dance, you could do it, but you would have to present it so they would have maximum success in the pattern before calling that a singing call. Any caller that called that anywhere cold would be a fool. You know, those are the kinds of things that go on. But I've been to dances. I was in a dance in New England, and it was a plus dance. And I started off with one of my opening figures, which I always like. Alaman left, turn partner right to a wrong way thar. Oh, great. Oh, massive. Oh, sorry, we don't do that here. Oh, okay. Next step, I called a box the nat. Oh, we don't do box the nat here. I'm going, this is a plus dance. Yeah, but we dance plus, we don't dance that stuff.
In Southern California, you couldn't do a fan the top or a peel the top. They couldn't do it.
Yeah, and it's, now that is not the dancers. They can't do that for one reason, because the callers.
We're not teaching them.
That's right. And I say, well, why don't we teach that? Well, because nobody's written choreography for that. You know, there's what, oh, but there's no choreography on, I don't know, pick a program. Andy Shore doesn't have this in his book, or Vic Cedar doesn't have this on his website, so we don't use it. I'm going, what? You know, that's where a lot of issues are. Whereas Europe, Japan, you know, I get up there and you get new callers. This is where you notice the difference between calling and calling. You get a new caller, like John Jurgens was up there. He says, well, I read the definition of lead to the right. So if I set something up like heads pass through and lead to the right, and I want to call this, and suddenly there was, you can't do that, that's against the definition. Well, actually, that's perfectly in keeping with the definition.
It is.
You know, what it's not in keeping with is the expectations of what you wanted the dancers to do, but nobody told you that you couldn't do that. You know, and if you wanted to do it, well, what are you going to do? Are you going to do that at basic? Well, if you did heads lead to the, or heads pass through, lead to the right. Okay, girls take hands, chain down the line, lines up to the middle and back. Yeah, the dancers are going to make an adjustment, but you as a caller have forced that adjustment on the dancers for success. You could get away with it. The dancers probably wouldn't be happy doing that 2 or 3 times, but you could get away with it once and realize just watching the floor that, okay, I better not do that anymore. Might be better to call heads lead right, veer left, bend the line, you know, or something along that line. But yeah, it opened up the question. That's actually what prompted Chris's presentation, was that exact question. Going, you may be able, you can technically, but should you? You know, and it's those kinds of things. Well, new callers don't know what they're not allowed to do. And the question is, experienced callers don't tend to explain why they shouldn't. They just say, you can't do that. This is why is the part that's left out of that equation. That's the part I'm trying to bring into that equation. And that's what goes across a lot of the time. So what we don't have, well, in California, you can't go to an open dance and call heads left square through. Well, why not?
Well, you can, but.
Yeah, you can, but they won't dance it. Well, the question is, why not? Well, because the callers don't call that. Why don't the callers call it? Because we don't do that here, but it's on the program. Well, we dance plus. I've heard that so many times as an excuse as to why we don't, well, because we dance plus and higher, we don't dance that stuff. What? It's always thrown me.
Has nothing to do with it.
And the only people to blame? We as callers.
Du kan skriva.
Jag skriver det.
I will routinely, from a line of 4, say everybody lead right.
Mm-hmm.
Hur mycket har du kollat?
And then trade by.
Yep. Now you call that an open dance without doing that in your pattern. Call that in a singing call and see what it gets you. But do it in your pattern a couple of times, the singing call, so you know the expectation, you probably wouldn't have a problem.
No, that's true. And I do it in my patter first, then I'll do it in the singing call. But there shouldn't be a problem because I say all the time, heads lead right, circle to a line. Why can't you do that? If you can do that, why can't you do from a line of 4, everybody lead right and end up in a trade by formation?
Same as why can't you call a wheel and deal from facing lines? Well, you can, but should you is the question.
But it depends what the previous call is.
I know.
If you say heads wheel around, wheel and deal, that might be a problem.
What was the one that Don said up there? It says it was one of the questions. Wheel and deal followed by a wheel and deal followed by a wheel and deal. Figure out how to get there.
I'd reverse engineer it.
Yeah, where you call wheel and deal 3 times in a row.
Hur gör man det i rad?
Skifta.
Yeah.
Kan du göra det?
It was a great exercise. Can't hear you, Scott. You're muted.
I'm going to think out of it from lines of 4 facing out, and then I'm gonna reverse engineer it. See what happens.
Lines facing out, you get to a double pass, or you can't do a wheel and deal.
True, but I can start with a line of 4 facing out to just get the idea.
It was one of those weird anomalous things that just went, you know what, that is bloody cool. What the heck happened here?
There's a sequence that Brian Clark did, which was slide through, I think 7 times, no, it was 13 times.
Yeah.
To an Alaman left.
Yeah, 13 is the asymmetric. And
yes.
9 times is the non-asymmetric.
Yes.
Den fina.
If you can do that, why can't you wheel and deal 3 times?
Because slide through is an anomaly in that when you do a slide through 9 times, it's not everybody doing it. It's everybody who can does it.
Correct. And that's built into the call is if you can do this.
Yeah.
I've always thought of like doing reverse calls, like reverse slide through or reverse past the ocean. You know, do you end up in a right hand wave and a reverse past the ocean? Do you end in a left hand wave?
The question is the reverse past the ocean. That is a hilarious call because when you do a reverse call, you're denoting a specific right hand or a left hand action. A reverse past the ocean is not a past the sea.
That's correct.
And it creates, I've seen people do that or try to do that. It doesn't work that way.
Now that's different from saying left past the ocean.
Yes, that's very different. I'm just looking for that. I can't find it.
The first pass is going to be left shoulder. So when you do a left past the ocean, you pass left shoulders to start with. Wow, we have some new people out here.
Sorry?
I see some new faces.
We're online.
Right, but I'm seeing new faces.
I'm not.
And for everybody out there, I'm sorry to have flashed you, but I put on a shirt early this morning and it was my flash shirt. So I'm so sorry about that. I'm flashing everybody.
Han har ett sånt märke på skjortan, Blix.
Jaha.
Like Blix Gordon.
Yeah.
Yes. When you say that, you've got to make sure that people can actually see the design because you're just a little below the neck. Yes.
And now you're muted.
I have to unmute myself.
Yeah.
I have to remember if I'm going to call, I've got to unmute myself. Oh, I had to drop it down rather than raise it up. My desk goes up and down, so that's what I do so they can see my face.
I'm just trying to figure out the setup there for that slide through.
I think that Thomas Banhead did a 13 times slide through, but I don't know the setup for it.
I think that the person who came up with originally was, oh, you guys just had a seminar with him. Sikorsky. Was Mike Sikorsky did it at a Pacific Northwest teen competition. That was one of his. And he did it, I think he did it 13 times. I'm not sure, but that was his that he did. Brian Clark, excuse me, came up with the one was 7 times. And when I did the mysteries at Pacific Northwest Teen Competition, I had everybody from a block load the boat. And that was the big thing, was from a block to load the boat.
A challenge, C1?
Well, the formation is challenge, but
yeah.
the call itself, load the boat, is not challenge. It's actually plus. So if you put them into a challenge position, like a block formation, and then say from here, load the boat, it's very.
Can I mute it again?
You're muted again, Scott.
It's hard to hold it down and use my hands.
Yeah.
That's the Italian in me.
So how did it work? Did it work out?
Yeah, the sequence worked. The dancers did it. I had, out of the 3 squares that were dancing at the time, I had 2 of the 3 actually do it. And everybody else bombed it, but it was okay. That's one of the things that's really interesting when you do the mysteries, the Pacific Northwest Teen Competition mysteries, is doing stuff like that, and they actually do it. But it was fun writing it. It was the hardest thing I've ever done, but it was fun writing it.
I can imagine. How did you get into that formation? Was it with Pascal's?
Oh yeah, very easily. I started from a line of 4 facing out. I had the ladies step ahead, take 2 steps forward, and everybody make a U-turn back. And they were in a block, and then I said, from there, load the boat.
And not the center part of load the boat, but the full thing.
Yes, the full thing, not just the center part.
Okay.
Pass through, face out, partner trade, pass through, yep. The outside dancers had to do the outside part. Another one that I did just recently that was something in that venue was I had a, let's see if I can recall what I had. It was another load the boat, but it was from a situation that was unsymmetrical. I had the outsides as all heads, and the insides were sides. And I said, everybody do your part, everybody load the boat. And in that situation, the heads had to do it twice. Well, had to do the slide through twice, because they pass through, move around the outside, slide through, move around the outside. They didn't stop. They just kept going. So it was very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Mel, I'm signing out. I'll see you in a couple of hours.
Okay.
Yolanda.
Okay. That's who that was. All right. I can't always match the voices up.
It's
I
very
just realized
when
that
we don't have a face.
I just realized that I was on mute when I was saying goodbye
It's
to
very
everybody.
difficult when we don't see the face.
Come on.
And Lars, good to see you again.
Oh, okay.
Thanks
Bye.
for everything, Yolanda. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
My chickens are calling to let me out, so I better go do that before they wake up the wife. So
Yeah. We'll
take
see you
care. I'll
again
see you in a few
in
hours.
a couple of hours. Yes. Bye-bye.
So I guess the yoke's on you.
Absolutely.
Yokes.